Needle's Eye. 1. G.A. Cataverse. Ellis' head pounded as he startled awake. He blinked the bleariness out of his eyes for a few seconds as he brought the dark room into focus around him. ZZZZZT. ZZZZT. He looked over at the ring of light around his cell phone as it jittered on the nightstand. He reached over and flipped it just enough to see the screen, squinting as the light blinded him. He took a deep breath and cursed. "Fuck," he said under his breath. Next to him, Nikki grunted in her sleep and rolled over, taking her arm off his chest. She wasn't his girlfriend. Never would be. Even if he were a full, earth-born human, she would never settle down with him. Her family would kill her. But she was fun, and her place beat his any day of the week. Hell, there were roach motels in third-world countries that beat the project-style apartments that Petravians like him were allowed to rent. And only ever rent. Never own. He stood up and began putting his boxes back on as he hit the reply button on the screen. "Simmons. Diary," he said simply. He stepped over to the open window and picked up one of the caffeinated CBD cigarettes he'd left there before they'd gone to bed. He listened for a minute as the officer on the other side of the line explained the situation. As he did, he flicked his Zippo a few times before reluctantly admitting it was empty. He peered at the street below to make sure there were no QZs or monitor drones around. Then, a small flame erupted from his fingertip and lit the cigarette. "That's the third one this month," he said, inhaling a few puffs of the slightly smepley-flavored smoke. He'd never actually had a fresh smepley before, only the rehydrated kind. He thought they were awful. But Petravian born like him took what they could get, and the CBDs were hard to come by. Franklin and Nadeau. "Got it." Nikki rolled over lazily to see where he'd gone. He held the phone out a bit so she could see it light up. "Give me 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm signed. That should be on your computer somewhere." He sighed as the officer kept talking. "Well, if it expires next month, then it's next month's problem, isn't it? Tell him I'll be there in 30. He hung up before they could go on about his licensing. That fee was expensive. "Work?" Nikki asked as he finished the last few drags and tossed the nub out the window. She looked over at the wall display in the hallway. "It's 2 a.m., she said, pulling her blanket up over her head as if to hide from the fact. "Unfortunately," he said, picking up his jeans. He knelt on the bed, reached over her, and pulled his shirt from under her side. She lowered the blanket to make a grumpy face at him, and he kissed her on the forehead. "Go back to sleep. I'll stay quiet." A few minutes later, he was walking out the front door, the travel toothbrush from his coat pocket still in his mouth as he double-checked his gear. He stopped just short and spot-checked his appearance. He could use a shave, but he'd do that at home later. He pulled his hood up, hiding his elven ears so nobody would cause him trouble as he walked the 5 blocks to the crime scene. Half an hour later, he walked up to the police cordon around the intersection. He rolled his eyes as he saw the officer approach. "Shit, Goner," the officer said, lifting the tape for him. "They called you in on this one." "Afternoon, Buzzard," he replied to Officer Eric Boussard. "I'm guessing that means they're running visual only." He pointed at the drone floating 20 yards overhead. "Slurs like Goner weren't officially allowed for officers, at least not on duty." Eli held his wrist up and let Boussard scan his chip. A moment later, the tablet pinged green. Eli didn't miss the way some of the other officers sneered at him, same as always. "Yep, standard procedure," the officer replied. "Hey, your INTI investigative license is—" "Yeah, I know." Eli cut him off. "I'll get it. So, it's a murder?" They rounded the back corner of an ambulance, and Boussard pointed ahead, not just one. "Well, shit," Eli said as he saw the scene. A line of officers was moving body bags out of a back alley. Down that way, he could see repeated flashes of light as county CSIs and drones took pictures. Lying crumpled on the ground in front of him was a dead Wur and 2 dead humans. The humans each had holes in their heads. The Wur was a different story. Her body sported numerous projectiles. She was naked, whereas the humans were dressed, one wearing a polo with a name tag from a diner a few blocks away. He'd heard they had good food there, but he wasn't allowed to eat there. "Those are those pneumatic flechettes that have been popping off lately," he said, kneeling just outside the forensic flags. He looked back at Boussard. "Silver? Gotta be, done they? We've been here 2 hours and she ain't ejected any of them." "Could be they're barbed," Eli replied. "Where's Walker?" Boussard nodded toward the alley. "Can you go ask him if I can do an extraction?" Eli asked. I only need to pull one to check. Luna writes? Broussard asked. Eli nodded, and Broussard began jogging toward the bigger crime scene. Before he could get an answer, Eli felt the approach of every Petravian's ultimate foe. And what can a humble ID investigator do for the quarantine force chief tonight? Eli said, standing up and slowly raising his arms in surrender. Investigator, the muck-marcher scoffed, hood down. Eli bit his tongue and complied. Unlike most Petravians alive today, he remembered why they should fear the armored sentinels. He'd been there for the early days of unrest. Her armored hands scanned his chip. You can put your hands down, she said, her voice robotic and flat. You're not needed here. This is an Earth crime. He pointed at the dead Wehrlein on the ground. A Petravian citizen is dead, and most likely by Silver. You know the courts will require an investigation on both sides. Miss Smith, Barkhadi said, glancing at the deceased, was not a Petravian citizen. She's an Earth citizen. Eli looked down in surprise. She's a Connie? He meant a converted citizen. A human turned into the folk to survive a medical trauma. She is a converted citizen, yes, Barkhadi answered, and a troublemaker. Eli waved his phone over Smith's left arm. Sure enough, the reader showed her as a dual citizen. She was only 20, he said in disgust. Just a kid. To an outsider, that might have sounded odd coming from Eli, who looked like he was in his 20s. But between his elvish father and the genes on his mother's side, most humans didn't realize he was closing in on 85. Broussard came jogging back. Just got to ping it for the eye in the sky, the officer said, aiming an infrared light at the body. The drone buzzed lower and began recording. Eli was pulling a pack of gloves out of his coat when Barkhadi stepped forward and wrenched an arrow out in one swift, crunchy motion. Oh, we can do that, Eli said flatly, hiding his annoyance. My hands were already self-sterilized, she said, holding the arrow up for the drone. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner you can go back to your side of the wall. Gee, thanks, Chief, he said snarkily. He put on the gloves and held out his hand. She hesitated, then handed him the arrow. It was a normal, triangular arrowhead, nearly identical to the kind sold at sporting goods stores. Barbed, and definitely looking like silver, except that Barkhadi contradicted him. That isn't silver, she said. Curious. What? Both Eli and Broussard asked. The sensors on my suit analyzed the material, Barkhadi replied. It is an alloy commonly referred to as nickel-silver, but it contains no actual silver. Eli studied the arrow with his own version of built-in sensors, and the base of the arrowhead is enchanted, he said, his eyes glowing red, very finely. Barkhadi produced an evidence bag. Logged, she said as he placed the arrow inside. Guys, so Broussard pointed at the body. Doesn't that mean she's still, alive? Oh, shit. Eli stepped forward and began rapidly pulling the remaining arrows from Smith's torso. Hey, Doc, Broussard yelled into his radio. Someone. Get a paramedic over here. The drone recorded them with great interest. Needle's eye. 2. Eli was out in the hospital's designated smoking area, going over the information he'd been given with no small amount of distress, when Detective Sergeant Murphy found him. Murph, he said with a nod as he tucked the files into his coat's bottomless pocket and engaged its lock enchantment. Thought you were out of town. The elder detective, this one of the PD variety as opposed to Eli's Int D department, let out a long, exhausted sigh. Then he held out his hand expectantly. Eli chuckled before popping one of the CBD smokes out of its case. Careful, Eli cautioned. They're Smepley flavored. Murphy looked at the cigarette in his hand with a look of concern, then simply popped it into his mouth and lit it with a lighter that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Figures, Murphy said before puffing out a few clouds of the foul-smelling smoke with a grimace. If the world's gonna shower shit from on high, then why stop at the smokes? He took a long drag and held it for a moment before exhaling. And I was. But a pile of corpses takes priority over an interstate drug bust, PBs or not. He pointed at the portion of Eli's coat where he'd just seen him tuck the files. What's the average? He asked. Eli nodded. Murphy always asked that with multi-victim crimes. He had ever since he'd been training Eli and the 2 other INT detectives in his training cycle. It was his way of asking for common factors between the victims. Gods, that was almost 40 years ago, Eli realized as he looked over at the aged police detective. Even with the medical and magical advancements since the gates had opened, Murph was looking old nowadays. Eli knew he had knee and back issues. Hell, he had grandkids. Yet he was still working away as a sergeant despite numerous waves in the law enforcement community over the past decades. Still, they had work to do. For starters, Eli began, they're not all PBs, 48 total. 51 with the 2 outside and Smith if you count her. Murphy nodded. But there's a dozen Vatrians, 5 Southeasies, and 2 Craggers. Eli nodded at the briefcase Murphy had hanging from a strap on his shoulder. And I'm guessing you've got the files on the 4 good old-fashioned American humans. Murphy nodded again. He was still waiting for the rest of Eli's assessment, ages ranging from 15 to 43, but most are in the late teens to mid-20s. Over half of them are folk, though types vary a lot. Even got a pangolin, Eli continued before raising his eyebrows. Didn't even know one of them was in the QZ. Or on Earth, for that matter. That's them armored anteater things, right? Murphy asked. Eli nodded. I thought the LC only had like 10 of them in existence. Something like that, Eli confirmed. They're gonna be pissed when they find out one was killed, and in the secondary zone at that. Shit, Murphy said before finishing the cigarette in one long drag that burned the last third of it. God damn it. Yeah, Eli agreed. Also, they were all product movers of one kind or another, again minus the 2 in the street. Smugglers and fences? Or coyotes and canters, Eli clarified. All but a few of them have been caught up in moving goods or people from one side to the other and back, one way or the other. He jerked his head toward the hospital building behind them, just as his phone began buzzing again. Smith's a relic runner. Murphy's eyebrows furrowed as he looked down at his briefcase, wondering at the contents, as Eli answered the phone. He grumbled something that Eli had concluded as well. Probably means the clean ones are just noobs or old hands, he said as he scratched at the stubble on his cheek. Simmons Diary, Eli answered. Okay, we'll be up in a minute. He paused a moment later. Detective Sergeant Dylan Murphy, he's on the Earth side of the case. All right, thank you. Murphy looked at him with a cocked eyebrow. Awake? He asked simply. Eli nodded. Well, Murphy said as he pushed off of the picnic table he'd been leaning against. Let's get to work, kid. Eli nodded as the detective slapped him on the shoulder, just like he'd done since training, and the 2 of them headed toward the building. Rin said, trying to block her nose with the arm that wasn't loaded with wires and tubes. It was also the arm that wasn't handcuffed to the bed. You guys smell like Nana Froley's bodega. Murphy looked over at Eli. Eli shrugged. It is where I bought them, he said. Then he turned to Rin. Sorry about that. You shop at Nana's a lot? Her nephew makes really good meaties, she admitted, referring to the raw meat pastries the predatory folk tended to eat. Usually grab one on the way home from school. Eli looked at the file he had on her. Teverin Choi Tech? He asked. That's a good school. What are you getting accredited in there? Metalworking and sanctioned enchantment, she replied. Figured I'd help my dad shop once I'm certified. Your dad runs Rin's Fabrications, right? Murphy asked. That named after you? And my mom, Rin replied. She was Karina. Murphy nodded. That made sense to him. Have you had a chance to call your dad yet, Miss Smith? Eli asked. Does he know you're okay yet? He's got to be worried. First thing the nurses had me do once I was awake, she said, scratching at the area around the IV port on her arm. He's on his way now. Eli nodded. So, what can you tell us about the events leading up to you being shot by all those arrows? Not much, she admitted. Only that it wasn't the first time I died that night. Or nights. She looked confused for a moment. What day is it, anyways? Eli and Murphy both looked at each other when she mentioned multiple deaths. It's Wednesday, Murphy answered. He looked at his watch. The 3rd. Wednesday, she asked rhetorically. I left on. Oh shit, I've been gone since Monday? Gone from where? Eli asked as he opened up her file again, turning to the back section showing her chip log. I was headed home from the QZ on Monday night. She groaned as she began hitting the button to call a nurse. Sure enough, Eli's file showed her having left the QZ through the southeast checkpoint about half a minute before it would have closed for the night. He looked at Murphy and nodded while digging deeper into the file. Home from where in the QZ, Miss Smith? Murphy continued the questioning. Did you have class that night or something? She shook her head as she began trying to fuss with the wires on her arm. Murphy quietly placed a hand over the one she was using to stop her. No, she said, feebly batting his hand away. At the F Center, for the monthly convert meeting. After that, I went over to my friend's place for a few hours to help her test out the new maging she got in from the other side. Murphy looked over at Eli, who nodded. Her class schedule at the technical school had her first class of the week on Tuesday. She had missed it for obvious reasons. What color? Eli asked, more out of curiosity than anything. How can I help you on? The nurse asked, tired of waiting for an opening in the conversation. You feeling okay? I'd like to leave, Rin said past Murphy's large form. Can I please get these out? My dad will be here soon to pick me up. Let me check with the doc, the nurse said. Can't take the cuffs off unless these two say so, though. Thank you, Rin replied as the nurse left to get approval. You weren't running, were you? Eli asked, staring at her with a deadpan expression he'd mastered years before joining Int-D. Course I was, Rin answered with a huff as she laid back, defeated by the annoying hand of Detective Murphy. Fuckers shot me and threw me in a pile of corpses. Why wouldn't I run? Fuckers? Eli asked with heavy emphasis on the plural. How many? No idea the first time, she admitted. But after I woke up, there were two of them. One was an Earth human and the other was a goner like you. Hey, watch the language, kid, Murphy said reproachfully. Eli didn't care about the slur. Had been hearing it for nearly 30 years. It wasn't his fault he lived so long. Though he'd always appreciated that Murphy never used derogatory nicknames for the residents. So, a fellow Gen 1? He asked instead. Elf? And how do you know the other one was human? I assume he was Gen 1, she replied. He was wearing more Earth gear than any of the PB elves do. Plus, he looked old for an elf, so I figured he had to be a half-elf like you. And the human had a fire guy's shake in his hands. Ain't getting that anywhere near the QZ. So he had to be Zone 3+, Murphy weighed in, looking at Eli. That's an Earther for sure. Fuck was he doing stacking bodies in Zone 2? Well, that leads me back to my original question, Eli said, turning back to Rin. Ms. Smith, when I asked if you were running, I didn't mean the actual physical act of running. I assumed that much from the way you'd been shot in the back. He held up a sheet from her file for her to see. It was a mugshot from the Quarantine Zone Police Department. Now please, Miss Smith, are you running? The door flew open. Marina, her father yelled, rushing past them to the bed. She hugged him with her one free arm, glaring at the two detectives over his significantly smaller human form. I was so worried, girl, he said, pulling back to look her over. What happened? He looked back at Murphy and Eli. And who are these men? I'm fine, Dad, she replied. And these men are detectives. Her father's face changed instantly. He grabbed her by the shoulders and held her at arm's length, staring intently. What did you do this time, Rin? He asked. Mr. Smith, Murphy interjected, pulling his badge out. Eli matched him with his smaller Int-D badge. An hour and a half later, they were transporting both Smiths, no cuffs this time, to the local police department for in-processing, and so Mr. Sale. Smith could contact a lawyer and the Lunar Council's local representative. During their recap, Eli had picked up a name of interest. The upset father had asked his daughter if she'd been working with a Figueroa. Alexander Figueroa had apparently been Rin Smith's handler in the smuggling lanes. He was also the name on one of the files in Murphy's briefcase. Needle's Eye. 3? Eli groaned as he woke up. He'd only gotten back to his apartment maybe 3 hours earlier. He needed more sleep, but he had a lot of work to do. Every second, the killers responsible for the pile of bodies got further from his grasp. So, 2.5 hours of exhaustion-induced sleep would have to be enough. He checked his phone for updates. Murphy was already talking to the friends and family of the few Earthborn victims, including the 2 passers-by who had been killed in the street. Updated details on the victims who hadn't been ID'd the night before had been found. Additionally, Ms. Symbol, Smith and her father had been escorted home, with a police detail keeping an eye on their house in case anyone tried to finish the job. Eli sent a text to Murphy to see if Head managed to get to the Figueroas yet. Then he checked his bank account, USD 1257, 35 OWC 18, 940 Jew, 432 fours, 832C. He needed to convert some of his Petravian gold when he had the chance. He could afford the rent and bills due in a few days, but it would be tight, and he was going to spend money on this investigation. A few hundred Petravian gold coins converted to dollars would easily fix that. The Interdimensional Enforcement Department's finance department would reimburse him once the investigation, or at least his part in it, was concluded. But that was a problem for later. Where the fuck do I even start on this one? He wondered as he put the phone back on its charging pad and went to the bathroom to clean himself up. As he wiped the last bits of shaving cream from his chin, he came to a conclusion. He put on his coat and sighed deeply as he made his way out of his studio apartment. I need to talk to the Argon, he whined, realizing what that meant. 30 minutes later, Eli was in the QZ approaching the Tail and Hoof Tavern. Tavern was a generous term. It functioned like one, but it was constructed to Earth standards. It looked like any bar and grill in the U.S., just with an attached set of living quarters that functioned like a motel. But had been here before. The music was good, the beer was cold, and the food was greasy and cheap. For $3 or $80, you could get a room for a night. Healing magic could fix a lot, but it couldn't heal your dignity. It was also the go-to place for the QZ's thugs, thieves, and other ne'er-do-wells, and one of them was exactly who Eli needed to talk to. Evening, Hardwall, Eli said to the bouncer just inside the second door, a large gorilla who'd been working here almost as long as it had been open. Dayari, he replied gruffly, holding a tree trunk arm in front of Eli. Business or pleasure? Need to talk to Moni, Eli admitted, but only so I can talk to someone else. She here? Hardwall grunted as he moved his arm. Same table as always. Better have a warrant if you plan on arresting anyone. Good to see you too, Eli said as he walked past. The noise didn't stop when Eli entered, but it definitely got quieter. He placed 3 gold coins on the bar and ordered an Irish coffee and a glass of Sidonian gold. Once he had them, he walked to the table in the back. Detective Dayari, a husky female voice said before he had even reached the occupant, "In guessing, I know what this is about." Eli stepped around the seat and saw the woman he was looking for. Simmons Dayari, he corrected, especially on the job. He sat down and slid the glass of amber wine across to her. Long time no see, Moni. Wish I could say that it had been long enough, the large cragorc said, as she accepted the glass, sniffing it deeply before taking a sip. Course. It's never a bad time when someone gives you a glass of gold. So you know why I'm here? He asked, sipping his dark, whiskey-spiked coffee. A pile of dead bodies 50 high is found in the secondary zone, most of them being zoners, and I'm supposed to be surprised when a detective shows up with questions, she countered. Not really, he replied. Know anything about it? Not unless you're willing to give me names, she said. But there have been a few people in this circle, she gestured at the small, mid-morning crowd, who have dropped off the radar over the past few months. Report any of them missing? He asked. She simply stared at him in response. Right. Den of thieves. Only some of them, she said coyly. Now seriously, detective, you didn't just come here to flatter a girl with Sidonian gold. How can I help you? Eli took a long drink, then a deep breath. I need to talk to the dragon. Moni's eyebrows rose. You think she did this? I don't know enough to think anything, Eli admitted, but I think she has information that might help. Moni nodded as she drained the glass. There wasn't a pie in the entire QZ that the dragon didn't have a finger in. What are you willing to tribute? Moni asked. Nothing, Eli said. Moni's eyebrows raised in legitimate surprise. Bold and foolish, she warned. Just tell her it'll make us even for 74, he replied. It'll work. He stood to leave but paused. This place is still PB only, but I know you work with Earthers. No, and Alexander Figueroa? Was he one of them? She asked. Eli nodded. She looked more sad than had expected, not personally, but from what I've heard, he was a fantastic enchanter, though not sanctioned. An enchanter? What was his specialty? Dimensional storage, she said hesitantly. Bottomless bags in all kinds of places. Ella's eyebrows knit together. It made sense for a smuggler, but why would that make him a target? That's all? Far as I know, if he was doing anything else under the table, he wasn't doing it through anyone I know. Thanks for the info, Moni. I might come back later with more questions. Long as you keep the drinks flowing, that's fine by me. You'll know whether or not the dragon agrees to a meeting. I know, he said. He stepped outside, lit a foul cigarette, and looked at the image of the fake silver arrowheads on his phone. Next stop, Lesty's Fletchery, he thought. Then I need to find some smokes that don't taste like they came from someone's shoes. He texted Murphy. Set up talk with Big Lizard. Talk later. Seriously, Marina, Rin's father said for the 20th time. Rin looked out the window at the unmarked police car across the street. They were seriously bad at staying low profile. What have you gotten yourself into now? Nothing, Dad, she said. He was in the kitchen making BLTs. She was out of school for the week. I told you. I was just coming home from the center. I stopped at Matty's place. We played video games, and then I tried to come home. He denied. Ain't no way you got killed, Rin, and thrown in with a bunch of smugglers just 'cause you were walking home. Ain't no way. Well, that's what it was, Dad, she insisted, hating the lie. Wouldn't be no giving you up if you'd never gotten into that shit in the first place, he shouted. I know, Dad, she shot back, her ears perked up at a pop outside. God damn it, Jose and that shitbox Civic, her dad complained. Told him I'd well that damn exhaust. Thing's over a century old. Rin's hackles rose. That wasn't a car. Dad? She asked, moving toward the front window. Something's wrong. She saw a shadow move across the yard just as she smelled it, the same copper scent from the pile of bodies, but fresher. Doesn't help that he has those aftermarket intakes, her dad continued. Dad, she yelled, sprinting toward him. He looked at her with confusion just before the house exploded into violence. Automatic gunfire tore into the walls in a cacophony that made her ears ache. I should have listened to Fig, she thought, as she felt something slap the back of her shoulder. The red smell got stronger. Needle's eye. 4? Again, Rupert, Eli said for about the 8th time since starting the conversation with the dwarven pawnshop owner. I'm not here for contraband. I'm investigating murders. I don't care how authentic your Drake scale armor is. I don't care if those arbalests are registered. I just need you to keep an ear to the ground when it comes to who you get them from. And, again, Zon. Zai, Rupert Ironspine repeated. I get all my merchandise from random people who need a few gold for some antiques. I don't deal with smugglers. Eli and the much shorter dwarf stared at each other. Eli with a blank look of annoyance, Rupert with a look of anger and offense. So you're telling me you ain't got a line of bottomless bags hidden behind that sword rack? Eli asked, pointing a finger at the green felt board with a series of different sized blades hanging from the wall. Then he pointed at a jeweler's desk a few feet away. Or that if you lift up that desk's top board, you don't have a bunch of enchanted jewelry. He held up a hand for silence. With non-sanctioned enchantments? He left out the part where that also implied hiding enchantments for the items in question. The two of them stared at each other for several long moments as the color in Rupert's cheeks rose. No, the dwarf said angrily. Eli stared at him for a moment longer, ignoring his phone as it gave 2 quick buzzes in his pocket. Good, he said finally, because someone who gave a shit about that kind of stuff might have to report it. He pointed at himself. But again, I don't. All I need is open ears and eyes. Not gonna matter, Rupert countered, because I don't work with those sorts. Eli sighed, threw his hands in the air, and began to leave. Thanks for the help, Rupert, he yelled over his shoulder, resisting the urge to give the dwarf the finger. Something caught his eye as he was about to walk out. He paused and sighed again, gesturing at the item. How much for this elven pipe set? Rupert's mood changed as quickly as if someone had flipped a switch. He came around the counter and moved over to the case. You got a good eye, he said with a smile. That's from the Eastlake Greenwoods. Rupert faltered slightly. You know, cleansing. Tree cleansing. Tree, obviously. He opened the glass case and held the main pipe up for Eli to inspect. Eli held it with silent reverence. The tales of what had happened to the lakeside elf town had been told since before he was born. It was a great tragedy among his kind and Petravians in general. His fingers traced the carved wood which would remain sapling green no matter how long it aged or how many times it was smoked, and lingered on the carving of a fish on one side. How much? He asked again, handing it back. Rupert considered for a moment. Tag's 40 gold, he said. But for some, discretion. I could do 30. Ring it up for 40, Eli said. This is because you don't need discretion from me, he reminded him in a warning tone. And so you can give me a ring if anything, or anyone, questionable, shows up for you not to deal with. Rupert took a deep breath, his eye twitching in annoyance, but he couldn't pass up a good sale. Deal, the dwarf said, marching back around the counter. Eli pulled up the pay app on his phone, selecting his Petravian account for the 40 gold price. 10 minutes later, he was walking out of the shop and checking the messages head ignored. Roger. Call after. Neckers in Precinct Morgue. More info after I get my stomach settled. Eli nodded, tucking the phone and the leather bag containing the pipe set into his coat. The use of necromancers in investigations was a long-questioned method. It was still frowned upon by many on both sides of the gates, but it was impossible to deny their effectiveness. Eli had been told about their use before the Day of the Dying Sky. They had somehow been more effective then. Something about that day had changed the nature of magic in both worlds. Nowadays, the best they could get were hard facts from an emotionless automaton of a dead body. The necromancers practically required a detective to be present to properly question the deceased. Without one, they would only get basics: last location, unseen damage, or the number of attackers. With a detective, they could get descriptions, weapons used, and whether the body had been moved. Poor bastard, Eli said, walking into a bodega a few blocks away to ask if they had pikeweed. Then his phone started going off. Marina grunted in pain as she pulled her father behind the pantry door. The pantry and stairs would be decent cover from the shooters in the front yard. She winced as the bullet in her shoulder popped out, forced out by her regenerative abilities. The arm was still limp, and her chest was tight from the wound. "Rin," her dad said, his voice rattling. She could smell his blood had been hit. "You lied to them cops." "Quiet, Dad," she said, her anger masking her fear. "Don't talk, just keep breathing." He grabbed her arm weakly. "Thugs don't do this kind of thing," he wheezed, "unless they think someone's see a threat." Someone kicked in what was left of the front door. She heard boots crunching over shattered glass and splintered plaster. "You was, too," he said in a quieter voice. "Running again?" "I'm sorry, Dad," she whispered. "I'm sorry I lied to you." "Don't matter now," he said, his voice firmer despite his injuries. She counted at least 3 wounds on him, though there were likely more. "You gotta run again. But this time, you gotta smuggle yourself. Go." "No," she said. In the distance, she could hear sirens and the buzz of drones. "Cops are coming." The shooter unleashed a burst at the living room furniture. A second set of boots stomped up the stairs on the other side of the pantry. Her dad snaked a hand around her and pried the pantry's sliding door open a few inches. "Go on, Rin," he said, his hand emerging with a stubby pump-action shotgun. "Get them legs pumping." "No, Dad, no," she begged. Before she could react, he slapped the barrel of the shotgun against her nose, a sensitive point since her conversion, instinctively making her recoil. He rolled into the kitchen doorway. "Got him!" the gunman in the living room yelled. "What, Teach?" Boom! The gunman's head exploded in a shower of gore as her father blasted it off just above the jaw. "Dad!" she yelled. He kicked her with a strength she didn't know he still had. Then she saw his hands glowing a bright amber. She had forgotten. Before they won the legal fight for her conversion, he had worked tirelessly to learn healing magic to buy her time. She thought he was healing himself. But then she realized her own leg had stopped hurting. He was healing her. "Go!" he demanded, pushing her toward the back door just as more gunfire tore into the house. "I love you, Dad," she said, letting go of his leg. She burst through the back door just as a gunman came around the side of the house. "Hey!" he yelled. But she vaulted over the back fence in a single bound. The gunman ran forward to shoot her over the fence, but her father's shotgun rang out twice through the back door, cutting him down. And for the 3rd time since leaving the QZ, Marina Smith began to run for her life. Inside the house, Marcus Smith readied himself as more boots stomped in. "I'll tell your mom how strong you've become, baby girl," he whispered, watching her escape. A few moments later, his shotgun rang out 2 more times. Needle's Eye, 5. The opening of the gates in the late 2040s most decidedly did not bring peace to Earth's governments. Quite the opposite, in fact. The years following the permanent connection between the two vastly different universes introduced a new era of chaos and upheaval to societies across the globe. The introduction of magic, albeit only to a limited degree, months earlier had already caused strife and confusion among the world's populace. The US and Canada, admitting the existence of werewolves, and that Russia had their own, only made matters less stable. But the sudden influx of refugees from a fantasy world that seemed on the verge of utter destruction, and all the implications attached, exacerbated the unease to an extraordinary level. This wasn't helped by the fact that over the next 3 years, more gates would be opened from the other universe at different locations across the world, resulting in refugee. In a few cases, outright invasion forced communities appearing across Earth with little to no warning from their extra-dimensional guests. For many years after, the unease of these newly established gates and the developing cities, cultures, magical practices, and militaries attached to them caused nations to shift and change in ways that hadn't been seen since the harshest days of the water wars. Most nations rioted. Some were all but taken over by their new arrivals. Others waged pseudo-civil wars with their new internal threats. Others reverted to tribalism akin to ancient times. After years of riots and racially charged attacks, America implemented a zone-based segregation system that harkened to post-WWA Berlin. Massive, fortress-like processing facilities surrounded each of the 4 gates that had been opened in the country. The area directly outside of these facilities became the primary quarantine zones, dubbed Zone 1. If an otherworlder, as the refugees from the other universe came to be called, worked hard and didn't cause any problems, they could eventually gain access to the area. Outside of that, these secondary zones were frequented by Earthborn humans and gave access to goods and services that were hard or even impossible to obtain inside the QZ. Access to the 3rd zone, which was effectively the rest of the United States, was limited to a select few. Members of the folk who were already Earthborn were allowed, though they ran the risk of dealing with xenophobes. Others allowed through were high-level politicians and leaders from the other universe, first of which were the Queen and King of Petravus and the elders of the Lunar City Councils. For others, access to the rest of the world was, until further notice, a pipe dream. Marina Smith and her father, Marcus Smith, had lived just on the edge dividing the 2nd and 3rd zones. This made it easy for Marina to get to and from the QZ for her occasional converted folk meetings and allowed her father's shop to do business in all 3 sectors as needed. Lived, Eli thought as he crunched over the splintered wood, shattered glass, and blood that had once been their home. Past tense. Nothing lives here now. A drone zipped past in front of him, taking pictures of the destruction on the living room wall closest to the street. Jesus Christ, Eli said quietly to himself as he stepped around the body that lay crumpled at the bottom of the stairs. Their leg had been damn near severed just below the knee. "In here, E?" said the raspy voice of Police Sergeant Maria DiMaggio from within the kitchen. "He's in here." Eli moved past the first body and then hopscotched his way past 3 more, wearing similar goon outfits. One was missing most of their head. The other 2 had been shot in the chest and stomach. He found it odd that none of the bodies had weapons, though they still had loaded and unloaded magazines and belts of ammo. Smith lay leaned up against the back wall of the small dining area attached to the kitchen. A small pump shotgun, its chamber still open and a spent shell sticking halfway out, lay on the ground several feet out of reach. His face was bruised heavily, and several of his teeth lay on his shirt next to the bullet holes that had likely ended his life. Eli crouched down in front of the man he'd spoken to only the night before. He'd seemed like a good enough man, a proud, worried, and somewhat annoyed father. It was painfully obvious what had happened here. "Any sign of his daughter?" Eli asked as he looked into the dead eyes of Mr. Smith. "Drones have pinged fur," DiMaggio said, pointing at some of the dried pools of blood nearby. "And blood. Plus a trail leading out the back and over the fence." She pointed out the nearby door, where Eli saw another dead thug who'd crashed against the back fence. "Plus that guy." "She kill him?" Eli asked, surprised at the idea of the young woman doing something so violent. "No," she replied, pointing at the nearby shotgun. "He did." Eli nodded solemnly. "He died protecting his daughter," he said with no small amount of respect. He'd read the Smiths' files before he and Murphy had parted ways that morning. Marcus Smith had done nothing but fight for his daughter her entire life. He'd raised her by himself after his wife died in a car accident. He'd fought to care for her after she'd been diagnosed with a rare genetic disease noted in her file as DMD. He had gone to night courses in healing magic to buy her time. He had fought a long and expensive legal battle to get approval for her conversion to a member of the folk in the hopes that it would negate the disease. And then, he had luckily been proven right. Then alone, in debt, and vastly out of his depth when it came to caring for a weir lion, he'd continued raising her while working long hours to keep his shop open. Aside from a few minor scuffles with QZ law enforcement, Eli thought he'd done a decent enough job. Now he died to protect her, buying her time in an unfair and violent world. Any IDs? He asked, pointing at the dead thugs. All of them, DiMaggio replied. All of them have sheets. 3 have time in prison. The rest were on their way if they got caught again. Weapons? Based on shell casings, a combo of old CTs and a couple of old LMGs. But whoever was still alive to do this made sure to grab them before they zipped away, she said. Drones are following the trail on the kid, but wares move fast, especially when they're scared. Eli looked around. None of these rounds were silvered, he said. She looked around like he had. Yeah? How you know that? He pointed at the pools of blood and the occasional tuft of fur. They lit this place up. Hit both of them multiple times, probably in their initial spray. If drones can't follow her trail easily, it means she eventually stopped bleeding, which means she healed. He gestured at Mr. Smith. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if he used a bit of healing magic on her before she got away. He had an E-level certification from the tech school nearby. Ellis' ears twitched. Plus, you can feel it a bit. The power. Doubt those guys used it on either of them. She grunted. That does sound right. Bleeding stops about 3 houses down. She healed fast, or she only got grazed. Eli looked at one of the dried pools of blood. If it was hers, it wasn't from a graze. She'd been hit hard. We need to find her before they do, he said. Then he jogged out the back door and hopped over the fence. Yeah, no, she yelled after him. I'll do all the damn paperwork. Then she grumbled to herself. Spear-ear son of a bitch. Despite the talk, she was one of the few who respected Simmons. She knew he was right. Marina panted as she finally stopped running and crashed down on her hands and knees next to an air conditioner vent on a rooftop. They had tried to kill her. They had killed. Tears welled in her eyes. Dad? She asked no one in particular. Daddy? He was dead. She curled up in the shadow of the vent and cried until she couldn't anymore. She didn't notice the blue and black drone that zipped overhead and froze 20 feet above her, reporting her location. Nor did she notice the sirens or the store employee who climbed the access ladder. Hey! The teenager in the green apron exclaimed. Then he saw the blood and the tears. Are you okay? They're up here, he yelled down to the street. I think they're hurt. A second later, he was replaced by a member of the PD's transhuman response team. Ms. Smith? The officer asked from behind a visor. Are you injured? My dad, she said. You. I know, Ms. Smith, the officer said, hands held up. Other officers are already in pursuit, but we need to get you somewhere safe. Cuff her, a new voice said. An older member of the TRT stomped forward with silver-reinforced cuff gloves. Sarge, she's just scared, the first officer said, and hurt. She also trespassed, used enhanced mobility in public without approval, and disturbed the peace, the sergeant replied. Cuff her, Ramirez. Before he could, a set of feet began sliding across the roof. Detective Simmons' diary skidded to a halt. That won't be necessary, guys, he said, catching his breath. What the hell is an elf doing using magic without permission? The sergeant asked, hand on his sidearm. Eli rolled his eyes as his ID populated on their visors. The sergeant grunted. Fucking Int D. Cuff her and get him the hell out of here. Nice to meet you too, Eli said. He turned to Ramirez. You ain't gonna need those. He took a knee next to Marina. She jumped at his touch. Marina? Rin? They shot my dad. They killed him. I know, he replied softly. I'm very sorry, but we need to get you somewhere safe. You have a lot of blood on you. Plus, the ones who did this are still out there. Ramirez pressed a packet into Eli's side. Eli cracked it open and waved it under Marina's nose. It was a scent-based relaxant designed for the fog. Marina's body relaxed slightly. Can we get you out of here, Rin? He asked. She took his hand. He led her into the back of a response van. As the doors were closing, she spoke softly. I lied to you. I was smuggling when it happened. I'd kinda suspected, he replied. They rode the rest of the way in silence. Needle's Eye. 6. Eli watched the news in the small bar called the Blue Moon as he waited. It was some CNN talk show with several pundits and so-called intellectuals interviewing one of the few non-human politicians in D.C. He sipped at a nice room-temperature lager as the three hosts and three guests went around in circles about topics that had been issues for years now. Eli read the closed captions. Prof. Ionia Hill, Senator Vickers. You've been fighting these past few weeks for the government to begin formally recognizing the rights of, and pardon me if this term is offensive, we can correct that, but for the rights of otherworlders born here on United States soil. You wish for them to be granted full citizenship and travel rights outside of the quarantine zones. Sen. Jameson Vickers. First and foremost, Professor Hill, not just for the past few weeks. I've been advocating this subject my whole life. My father did as well, years before I was born, and technically by definition, if they're born here on Earth, then they can't really be called otherworlders, can they? They were born here on Earth, and in our country, just like I was. I just had the advantage of being born in a military hospital with a, more or less, W-Act, active duty parent. So while my citizenship wasn't really considered kosher, it was easier for the government to simply grant it. But there are countless people whose parentage comes from the other side of the gates, but who were born on and have never known anything but Earth. And they aren't being given the same rights as humans who get that same citizenship despite their parents being immigrants from other countries, sometimes illegally so. How is this any different? Hill. But what about the Earth-born QZ inhabitants who possess abilities and powers that are dangerous to the public? How will we keep them from becoming a potential hazard to society? Vickers. The same way you keep magic users in the rest of America from being hazards, or the same way you keep gun owners from being hazards, or people with pilot licenses. Terror attacks, crimes, good old-fashioned accidents, none of those are new, and they all used to be near constant threats in our country. Some still are, obviously. Accidents are accidents after all, but after the water wars, gun violence and terror attacks dropped off the board, not because things were any safer, but because our country had significantly upgraded surveillance abilities and had instituted much harsher laws regarding the punishment of criminals. This is no different. Additionally, the numbers from the various quarantine zones don't lie. Despite the high crime rates, which are mainly caused by lack of funding and available resources, by the way, the violent crime rate is actually significantly lower than most of the country outside the zones. And even if that wasn't the case, it doesn't change the fact that ultimately this is a basic right that all American-born citizens have. These other senators and Congress members who are denying it are simply trying to avoid an influx of non-human voter. Eli chuckled at that. Clearly, nobody had informed the senator of the case that he was currently dealing with. "That the beanie that hides your ears for you?" Murphy asked quietly as he sat on the stool next to Eli. Eli looked over at the old detective and nodded grimly as he twisted the pint of beer in his hands. He confiscated the beanie in question years before. It had a pair of tiny dimensional enchantments on it that were able to hide his elongated elf ears when he needed to get into places like this. Places where otherworlders weren't allowed. "Saw the pics," Murphy said as he flagged down the bartender. "A fucking tragedy." "Two more of what he's having," he said first to Eli, then the bartender. "Good on Mr. Smith, though. Got 5 of the fuckers." "Yeah," Eli agreed. Then he looked over at Murphy more directly. His face was pallid, and he had bags under his eyes. "Take it. The necromancy is over." "Mostly," Murphy admitted. "Started bleeding after about 15 of them," he said, pointing at his nose. "Gicardi took over from there. Should be wrapping up, though." He smiled and slid a 20 across the bar as he accepted the 2 drinks. Then he slid one in front of Eli. "How's the kid?" Eli drained the last of his glass before grabbing the new one. "About how you'd expect," he said. "She knows what happened." "Poor thing," Murphy said as he took his first drink of his beer. "Dad give you anything?" Eli asked in turn. "Besides PTSD and nosebleeds?" Murphy finished savoring his drink, then shuddered from the memory of the day's work. "Locations," he said simply. "A few possible visuals, though you know how good those are, and the fact that they were all working when they were got." "Carrying artifacts?" Eli asked. Murphy nodded. "So was Smith," he said. "Just like we'd suspected, but she admitted it in the car when we finally found her." "She know what it was?" Murphy asked. "'Cause only a few of the others did. Rest followed the rules of the job. Unfortunately, so did she," Eli replied. Murphy grunted. "It was inconvenient, to say the least." "But," he said with a tilt of his head as he sipped his beer again. Murphy cocked an eyebrow. "But?" Eli wiped his mouth as he set the beer down. But she was smarter than most smugglers, he said. The bag she was using was tagged, and the enchantment it had on it to keep the goods hidden was so good that she thinks there's a chance that even the bad guys might not have found it, though I kinda doubt that. It was tagged? Murphy asked in surprise. Why ain't you going after it? Eli took a deep breath. 2 reasons, he said wearily. Then he pulled out his phone and showed the tracking app with the information about the bag's location. Murphy took it and studied the GPS map on display. East Richardson and King? Isn't that? Yep, Eli said before he could say it out loud. That's Zone 3, Murphy said, stating the obvious. Yep, Eli said again. They both knew that it would be a pain in the ass to get him there without a lot of paperwork. And that's… Murphy looked around for a moment. Then he lowered his voice to a whisper. That's the local R-Tech branch. Eli looked off into the distance as he nodded. Yeah. What they need magical contraband for? Murphy asked angrily. They're the biggest medical corps in the country, probably the world, and why kill to cover it up? Gee, Murph, Eli shot back with annoyance. That's a great question. If only there were people out there whose job it was to find the answers to questions like that. Murphy drained the rest of his glass as he turned away to think about the implications. Possible that's a plant, he said after a few moments. Sure is, Eli agreed. Won't know unless we find it. Correct, Eli agreed again. Murphy let out a long breath, like Eli had only a minute earlier. Then he signaled for another beer. What's the other bit of news? Eli switched apps on his phone and pulled up the messages. Unknown, your audience has been granted. 0300 Eastern QZ Craggery Back Alley. No P, W, or E. Murphy's eyes rolled. Great, he said sarcastically. She give you the tag in the car? Eli shook his head. Got it while we were taking her into the hospital. Had her write down the tag numbers while she was getting changed and leave them in her pants pocket before I put them in an evidence bag. He held up the little slip of tissue paper with the scribbled ink on it. Then he put it in the empty glass in front of him and dumped a bit of beer on it. That'll buy time. But I'm guessing I'll be the one to go look for it, Murphy said, agitated. 'Cause every second it's in the wind, it gets closer to being found out by other people. Eli finished the sentence for him. Sorry, boss, but it looks like it. Murphy sculled the rest of his beer, then stood up with a loud grunt. Have fun on your date, kid, he said as he stepped back out. Give Ms. Smith my condolences. I got a goddamn pharmaceutical empire to investigate. Apparently. Eli stopped him before he left fully. You deal with TRT very often? Murphy turned to look back at him, eyebrow raised. A little. Why? Eli grunted. Sergeant the first dealt with today was an asshole. He raised his hand to stop Murphy before the old cop could promise vengeance. But there was this younger one, Ramirez. Ty, think he's all right. Think you could pull some strings to get him on Smith's protection detail. Murphy considered it for a moment, then shrugged. I can try. He ain't a knuckle-dragger? He's TRT, Eli said, as if that was enough. But he didn't have his head up his ass. Compassion, you know. Murphy nodded. It was a rare trait for the typically overzealous response team. I'll do what I can, no promises. It's more than I can do, Eli said, as he turned back and sipped his beer again. Stay safe, old-timer. I ain't the one walking into the dragon's den, Murphy said as he began to leave again. Eli stopped him one more time. Hey, Murph! Murphy stopped just shy of the door handle. He turned back again. Those guys knew she was still alive, Eli said, and that she was home with a single car watching her, and only hours after she'd been released. Murphy nodded as he looked around. Yeah, he said quietly. Yeah, they did. Then he walked out, leaving Eli there with what was left of his beer and the obvious conclusion unsaid. An hour, and one phone call from Murphy later. He left the bar and headed back to the hospital. Rin was numb as the nurses tended to her. It had taken hours for them to get her cleaned up. Getting blood out of fur was harder than getting it off human skin, and it was clear that this hospital didn't deal with the folk too often. The bed was just barely too short for her, and her feet dangled. They'd had to give her scrubs since none of the patient gowns fit, and even those were tight across her chest and short enough to be caprice. There had also been pictures taken. Her prints had been redocumented, and her claws had been scraped for DNA, despite her insistence that she hadn't used them. They'd done gum scrapings for the same reason, even though no one in their right mind would bite. Then there'd been the questions. The ones from the detective had been the only ones not colored with fear and anger at what she might have done. He'd been the only one who was gentle. The rest had treated her like she might as well have been one of the gunmen. They asked the same questions over and over, rarely even wording them differently, trying to catch her in a lie. It was as if they didn't understand what she'd lost. There were scent packs like the one the detective had given her in the room, but nothing could calm her mind. She'd heard one of the nurses down the hall asking why they didn't sedate her, heard the doctor explain how the hospital's anesthesiologist wasn't vet certified, as if she was some kind of animal. Even now, decades after the gates had opened, she was being treated like a dangerous animal, lying in a too small bed, unable to cry because she had no energy left. She was just a young girl who'd lost her father to an act of violence nobody deserved to witness. In the dim light of the room, she clutched at the pillow as if it were a stuffed bear. She missed her father. She'd been looking forward to the breakfast he'd been cooking when it happened. The door opened and the nice detective came back in. Someone else was following him, someone who smelled vaguely familiar. "Miss Smith?" he asked softly. "Are you awake?" She grunted, though she didn't move. "I just wanted to check in with you," he said, shaking one of the scent packs. "One of my colleagues is looking into what we talked about earlier. He's checking something in Zone 3 out that seems to be related. And I have to go to a meeting in a bit that will, hopefully, shed some light on what's going on." He kneeled down, looking into her eyes. "In the morning, the PD is going to move you somewhere safer. This is Officer Ramirez of the TRT. He's going to be your personal bodyguard until you get there, okay? You met him earlier today on that rooftop." She nodded slowly. That was where she recognized his scent from. He'd been the first officer to get to her, the one who tried to be nice. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Smith," Ramirez said. "I'm very sorry about what happened." "Thanks," she said softly, squeezing the pillow. "He's going to be right outside," Eli said. "You need anything, you call the nurses with the button. But if anyone tries anything, Ramirez here is going to handle it. Ain't that right, Ramirez?" "Nobody's doing any of that shit on my watch," Ramirez said with a bit of over-eagerness that made Eli wince. "And then in the morning, I'll be back," Eli said. "And I'll let you know what my partner found if I can." "Okay," she said. Eli nodded with an awkward smile. "Try to get some rest, okay?" She nodded a little, and he led Ramirez out the door. "Got my boy Keys coming for backup," Ramirez said as he dismissed the two officers present. "He's not TRT like me, he's SWAT. But he's good people. Trust him?" Eli asked, still sizing up Ramirez. "With my life," Ramirez replied easily. "Good." Eli hoped that trust was well placed. "Thanks for doing this. I know it's not normal procedure. I don't know how Murphy got Sergeant Madsen to agree," Ramirez admitted, "but I could use a break from that guy anyway." He looked back at Marina's room. "Plus, nobody deserves that." "No, they don't." Eli checked his watch. "I gotta get to that meeting." "I'm on the job," Ramirez said confidently, taking up a classic bouncer pose, legs wide, arms crossed. Eli rolled his eyes as he rushed to the meeting point. At what he guessed was 3:00 a.m. on the nose, a door opened on the building across the alleyway. "Diary?" a gruff male voice asked from within. "That's what it says on my badge," he said. A large, scaled arm reached out and signaled for him to stop. "Follow the message to the letter." "Got nothing on me except my clothes," Eli replied. "Good. Door would kill you if you hadn't. Come on." Eli looked at the door with concern. He didn't sense any magic and wondered if the guard, who he assumed was Histian, was bluffing. He stepped through and felt the familiar nausea of a bagged door. On the other side, he was in a room that looked like a cellar. The floor was hard-packed dirt, and the walls were bricked with pillars holding up the ceiling. The back wall was a dark black, etched with scales like those of a dragonkin. The room was oppressively warm. A green-scaled dragon nearly 20 feet tall stalked into the room and moved toward a desk. Eli knew exactly who it was from the jagged, moose-like antlers on his head. "Thank you for the audience, Madam Choi," he said with a bow, as the dragon morphed into a red-haired woman in her mid-40s. Even in human form, she kept the antlers. "It is being too long." "Detective," she said, accepting a fur coat to cover her naked form. She sat and accepted a glass of wine. "Nearly 15 years. And yet, I kind of wish it had been longer given what this is about." Eli suddenly realized the door had vanished behind him. "May I approach?" he asked, still bowed. "First off, stop bowing. I did away with that years ago. And that depends, she said. What do you think, ancestor? Eli looked around expectantly. Instead of a small drake, the massive dark-scaled wall behind her began to stir. A pair of bottomless black voids opened and peered at him. Oh, he's gotten a lot bigger since the last time I saw him, Eli said quietly as the drake slinked toward him. He's a lot bigger. The room got hotter as it approached, but Eli stood his ground. This was a well-known rite when dealing with the vaguely criminal syndicate. Plus, he'd done it a few times before, albeit long ago, and when the Choi family's Drake Guardian had been significantly smaller. Needle's Eye. 7. Murphy stepped out of his car and into the cold dark of the early morning city outside the QZ. His knee popped a bit, the result of a half-giant stepping on him during a brawl early on in his detective days. No amount of healing magic had ever quite gotten it right again. He shook it out, barely noticing it nowadays. Ahead of him stood Regeneron Technical Industries, or RegTech for short, or RTI, if you wanted to use an initialism and get really concise. They had risen to power in the medical sector during the direst days of the water wars. Their home country hadn't had any laws about the use of stem cells or other, the SFDW, widely accepted medical practices. There had been rumors of cloning, though they'd never been proven and had been around since before he'd been born. Murphy had always held to the belief that if RegTech was cloning, it was probably because the government wanted them to. Nobody really knew how the company had figured out the technology they used. All anyone knew was that the military had suddenly contracted the company to help with the recovery of soldiers injured in the war. A set of soldiers who donated blood, tissue, and marrow samples when they'd first enlisted, who'd all conveniently been injured in similar ways, subjected themselves to the company's first public display of their technology. Surgeons had cleaned up the amputations the soldiers had suffered. Bones had been surgically pared down in such a way that they had clean ends. Muscles and skin had been cut in a way that was less ragged and easier to repair. That discarded tissue, plus their samples from when they joined and whatever had been recovered and sterilized at the time of their injury, combined with blank stem cells from unknown sources, had been put into a device that turned them into a series of slurries as the affected limbs were placed into a container full of an unknown blue liquid. Then the limbs were injected with paralytics to keep them from moving, and the devices had pinned them in place and begun their work. The cameras had recorded as the limbs were effectively 3D printed back onto their bodies over the course of weeks, starting with the skeleton and ligaments, then nerves, muscles, and tendons, then veins and arteries, then skin, then blood and other fluids. The result, as shown in the historic documentaries, was soldiers suddenly having functioning limbs again. They were weak, and sometimes the skin didn't look right. It was revealed later that the limbs never grew hair and frequently had issues with defective sweat glands. Also, the process, both the regrowth and the physical therapy after, was excruciating. But soldiers got their arms and legs back, families got their loved ones back and mobile again, and RegTech became the fastest growing medical company in the history of mankind. Murphy knew all that from school, but he could have learned it while walking through the lobby of the building as well, reading the displays and watching the muted videos on the screens located throughout the room. He also knew more than a few officers, mostly SWAT and TRT, who sported replica limbs thanks to the company. With current technology, an entire leg could be grown over a weekend, and pain was almost non-existent once the process began. He paused in front of an image of a Marine raider doing pull-ups with two arms that were significantly paler than the rest of their shirtless torso as a doctor, and their fellow Marines watched. They were, of course, all smiles. He used the pause to double-check the tracking app on his phone. Sure enough, the tag was still reading as being somewhere further in the building, and also up above him by about 60 feet. He approached the receptionists at the main desk and pulled his badge and a few files out of his jacket pocket. "How may I help you today, sir?" the young woman asked. "Hi," Murphy said with a smile that used to help him get laid once upon a time. "I'm Detective Dylan Murphy with the Zone 2 Police Department. I'm here in regards to an investigation." "Oh," she replied with a concerned look. "Has something gone wrong?" "Unfortunately," Murphy replied. "You may have heard of the SAW way. Well, there's no other way to describe it but the SAW, mass murder that occurred in Zone 2. It's already in the news, I know." "Oh no," she said. "I read about it this morning. It's such a tragedy." Murphy nodded. Yeah, it's causing a lot of difficult phone calls, he agreed. We're still trying to figure out who did it. They stayed silent for a moment as he let her think about it, aired it out, as his predecessor called, the pauses after discussing bad news. So how can I help you today, detective? She asked after a few moments. I'm afraid I don't understand how RTI is related to this. Well, Murphy said as he made a show of holding up one of the folders he pulled out. A few of the people who were, recovered, worked here at your company, or at least in some of your clinical locations. I was wondering if there was someone I could talk to about their time here, see if any of them shared any common factors. Just background stuff mostly, helps us figure out how they were all connected. And it was true, too. Two of the human victims had, at various points, worked for RegTech in the past, and one of the elves had worked in one of the clinics in Zone 2 that had used the company's tech on their patients. Oh, Samati, okay, Tavis, she said, clearly not sure how to handle this particular scenario. Let me call my boss and see what I can do. Thank you, he said with a smile. She pointed at a few cushy leather chairs near one of the walls. There were some assorted snacks and magazines, as well as a water purifier pitcher on the table in front of them. This might take a minute, she said. Please make yourself at home. He nodded and walked over to the chairs as he put the files back in his jacket pocket. He set his phone to do not disturb and did what he could not to mess with the pistol he had concealed under his left arm. Eli stepped out into the cold air that the door led him to and immediately fished a cigarette out of his jacket. His hands shook a bit as he lit it, and not just from the cold. After the ancient and oddly powerful Choi family Drake, Steve, had sniffed him and given an approving lick of his hand. The meeting had been amiable. Key and Minara Choi had caught up on the last decade and a half since they had last dealt with each other. She'd expressed surprise at him calling in the favor he'd earned for turning a blind eye to something her organization, then only freshly under her control, had done back then. Something that had been in a legal gray zone, but that they'd both known would end up helping the citizens in the QZ. He could have lost his license if he'd ever been found out, but they'd gotten lucky. They spoke of how Steve had grown so large, and she'd admitted that nobody, not even her grandmother or grandfather, two of the most powerful mages in history, had understood what had happened to him. They theorized that it had something to do with the Drake's bound rider, the long-lost hero, James Choi. They'd also refused to go into further detail about the nature of what that meant. Minara had shown off pictures of her children, one of whom was enrolled in the Mercantile Academy in Petrovus now. Eli congratulated the proud mother and commented on how similar her daughter's antlers were to the crime boss's. She'd asked if he'd ever managed to change his bachelor ways, and he regretfully informed her that life as a half-elf in the INTD wasn't exactly conducive to long-lasting relationships. She'd offered to fix him up, but he politely declined. Then they'd gotten down to brass tacks and the real reason Eli had called in such a large favor. Now, a few hours later, and oblivious to the cold wind whipping past him, he was shaking with fear. Once he was done with the smoke, he jogged the few blocks to a communication cafe. He handed the cashier his last 5 silver for an hour of communication, opting for interdimensional connections as well as Zone 3. That, and the strongest coffee they had. A moment later, he took the card the cashier had given him, went to one of the booths with the communication terminals, and inserted it into its slot. First, he dialed Murphy's number, which he had memorized. It went straight to voicemail, not surprising considering what the old detective was doing, and he left a short recording saying to call him ASAP. While he was doing that, he logged on to the INTD external use network, using his login and password. The computer sent up a chime with a little pop-up saying that the computer was being monitored by INTD security, and he allowed it. Then he contacted his superior. "Captain, it's Detective Simmons Diary," he said as the captain's secretary transferred him over. "I'm working that big case in Zone 2. I just found some information that needs to be handled by someone much Simusga, higher up than I am. I'm typing it on the portal now," he said as he typed a short note into a report form. Captain Drager began asking questions rapid fire as he pulled up the in-progress report at his desk a few miles away. "Yes, sir," Eli said as he continued typing. "Can't go into details about that just yet, sir. Not until we get confirmation." "Yes, sir." I understand the potential implications. I'll be reaching out to them as soon as I get off the phone with you, sir. Understood, sir. He typed the last few lines into the report, which he could finalize later at his actual office, and hit save. Yes, sir. I'll be picking up a set of gear as soon as I get back to the local branch and pick up my belongings, he said as he disconnected from the INTD network. Yeah, my contact required no weapons or enchantments or phone. That's why I'm calling you from this line. Like I said, sir, I can't discuss that at this time. Yes, sir. With that, the captain hung up on him, and he pulled up the line for the Petravian Kingdom Embassy. After about 10 minutes of being redirected, he was put into contact with the Embassy Archmage's staff. Yes, this is Detective Simmons' diary of the Interdimensional Police Department, specifically Branch 5. He listened as the person on the other side repeated the info to confirm. Then they asked what the reason for the call was. Yeah, he said with a deep breath. He channeled a bit of energy into the area around him and created a silence field focused on the booth he was in. There's a very, very, very good chance that there is a deity-level artifact that has been smuggled outside of the quarantine zone. Nature unknown, location suspected but not confirmed. We need enhanced assistance in its recovery. He paused as they asked a few follow-up questions. Yes, I've already spoken with my department captain and he's moving up his chain of command. He instructed me to contact you guys. The person on the other side became much more energetic. Yeah, I can hold, he said as he pulled up his bank info on the terminal so he could buy more time in the booth. This was going to be a long day. Needle's eye. 8. A little over an hour after Murphy had spoken to the receptionist, a harried, middle-aged man came in through the front doors. His suit and hair were well put together given the early morning hour, but it was clear that he hadn't fully woken up. He looked at Murphy, who was enjoying his third cream cheese Danish and second cup of coffee, and then at the receptionist. She pointed at Murphy. The man redirected toward him and plastered on a fake smile. Are you the detective? He asked as he walked toward the waiting area with his hand extended. Murphy shook it with a fake smile of his own. I am. Detective Murphy, Z2PD, he said as the two of them shook. Thanks for coming in. I know it's super early. As you can imagine, we're kind of burning the midnight oil to try to figure this whole thing out, he said abashedly. You are? Andrew Spheric, the businessman said as he stifled a yawn. I'm this facility's personnel director. He gestured to the doors next to the reception desk. Please, follow me to my office and we'll see what we can do to help. Murphy nodded and followed his direction, heading toward the two glass doors. The receptionist hit a button and the door unlocked, despite neither of them having any kind of badge or anything that Murphy could see. Terrible what happened to all those poor people, Spheric said as they walked. Heard people talking about it at the recharge station on my way home yesterday. Yeah, Murphy said grimly. Be glad you didn't see it. The two of them entered the main part of the building, with Murphy following the director's lead. In his pocket, his phone continued pinging the hidden sensor in Marina Smith's backpack. He looked on in awe as he was guided. Purposely, he was certain, past several portions of the building's labs and manufacturing rooms, seeing the scientific wonders within. Seriously, he thought, what could these people need with smuggled artifacts that they can't simply recreate here? When Eli returned to the hospital, he had a promise to keep, and he was exhausted. He had slept in the automated cab to the hospital from the QZ, only waking long enough to present his badge and his chipped arm at the border. Then he'd gone back to sleep for the rest of the hour-long drive. Even his head bouncing against the cold window hadn't been enough to ruin the short respite. Your ride is complete, chimed the car's AI controller. Please exit the vehicle or select an alternative option. A prompt appeared on the screen, asking whether he wanted the car to wait, or if he needed to go to a new destination, as the AI voice repeated. The prompt in Petravian. He stepped out into the cold air and shivered, though not from the chill. Then he made his way inside. Ramirez and his friend Keyes looked only marginally better than he did. A few other undercover cops were nearby, waiting as the nurses finished the last few bits of paperwork to release Marina from care. Long night? Ramirez asked. Long few days, Eli replied. Then he spoke low. They all check out? He asked with a nod toward the undercovers. Yeah, Ramirez said easily before yawning. Keyes yawned too, and Eli had to resist the urge to follow suit. I know a few of them. Keyes knows most of the rest. And paperwork is good. Eli nodded. then pointed at the room where Marina sat, nodding along to instructions from the nurses with cold, dead eyes that focused on nothing. "Any change with her?" he asked. Ramirez shrugged. "Mostly slept," he said. "Asked where we were taking her and not much else." Eli walked over to the other officers. A uniformed sergeant was talking to them. "What's the plan, Sergeant?" he asked as he showed his INT-D badge. The sergeant, an older man with a grey buzz cut, turned and regarded the badge for a moment. He rolled his eyes. The only attitude he gave, but otherwise remained professional. "We've got 3 unmarked squad cars, 1 unmarked up armor, all identical makes, models, and colors. We've got 5 different safe houses. The dispatch will determine once we're done playing the shell game," he said. "Full seats in each one. I assume you're with the Wolf?" "That's right," Eli replied. "Armed." As a reply, Eli pointed at his ears. "Certed, though." "Well, if you're in this detail, you're armed," the sergeant said. Then he pointed at a young undercover. "Thomas, tag him in." The officer he'd called Thomas looked annoyed but pulled Eli aside and took out his work phone. Eli was surprised by the ease with which the senior officer had let him join. "Officer Thomas? First name Paul, badge last 4, uniform 87 kilo, he said into his phone's recording program. "Exchanging undercover field gear, including sidearm and in-vehicle weapon with..." He held his phone out to Eli as he used his other hand to pull out the Velcro waist rig he had under his jacket. "Interdimensional Enforcement Detective Elijah Simmons' diary," Eli began. "Badge last 4, Quincy 5, David. Accepting kit from Officer Thomas on the escort for 1 Marina Smith. And to whoever listens to this, yes, I am aware that my license expires in 1 month." With that taken care of, Thomas hit the submit button as Eli accepted the waistband and checked the chamber of the small 10mm pistol. "My vest won't fit you, man," Thomas said, stating the obvious. He was nearly half a foot shorter than Eli. "That's fine," Eli said. "I've got sanctioned enchantments on this coat." He gestured to the sigils stamped onto the inside of his coat's left lapel. "It'll stop more than most UC vests anyway." That caught the attention of the others present. He shrugged. "QZ's not all bad. Lots of cool shit for sale, especially if you justify it for official work." "Damn," someone else said. "Do I kinda wanna work in the QZ now?" A few of them laughed. And just like that, Eli was cool in their books. 30 minutes later, they were loading Marina into one of the cars. Eli got in the back seat alongside her, with Ramirez in the front passenger seat. Ramirez was right. She wasn't doing any better. She was about as drugged as a Whalian could get without being permanently tranquilized. Eli saw the scent and medication patches sticking out from under the collar of the oversized jacket they'd given her. It would keep her calm for about 4 hours. 2 miles into their drive, the group's rear 2 cars noticed a tail and radioed it in. The vehicular shell game began. "So," Sperrig said, as he opened the door to his office and held it for Murphy. "I understand that you have some questions about a few of our employees that were found in that awful discovery in the QZ." "I do, yeah," Murphy confirmed, sitting in the offered chair in front of the large green glass-topped desk. "Mainly, I was looking to see if they had any kind of overlap in your company." He made a show of pulling his files out of his jacket. "I think only 2 of them actually work for you. The other one, I'm pretty sure, was only working for a clinic you guys were partnered with." He looked at the files quickly. "Yeah, there's an elven gentleman in here who worked at the, He held the file up so Sperrig could see the name. Sleek. Cock. More. Regenerative Clinic and Aftercare." He shook his head. "I'm terrible with Petravian naming conventions." "Slick Pike Moor," Sperrig corrected with an amused smile. "It's a very precise dwarven name. Means something about weary travelers. We call it Clinic S." "Right," Murphy said, studying the name. "I'll take your word for it. They use magic with you guys' tech?" Sperrig seesawed his hand. "To an extent. They're doing some trial runs on using our medical practices to undo some of the older prosthetics that people from the other world have had for extended periods, as well as the therapy to help adjust to it. That ties into our overall attempts to adapt our technology to some of the more exotic species. I'm sure you've heard of some of the unsuccessful attempts to regenerate orc and Histian limbs?" Murphy nodded. That had made the news for all of 5 minutes, 10 years prior. And they're using magic to do that. Sverrig nodded. For some of the regenerative parts, namely, stabilization of the fresh wounds resulting from the removal of the prosthetics. Murphy nodded. That made plenty of sense. Huh, cool. So anyways, that's where Mr. Theronwheel worked, and was presumably working before he, died. He held the other two folders up. Then there was a Miss Erica Proud, who was a clinical anesthesiologist here, albeit 4 years ago. Looks like she was working at the Zone 2 Medical College recently. And a Mr. Raymond Mahmoud Al-Kaboun. He actually worked at this branch up until he died. Raymond was among them? Sverrig asked with surprise. Ray from payroll? Ah, that's what it says, Murphy confirmed. Payroll accounting. You know him? Sverrig gestured at the office. You bet. Shit. His office is only 3 doors down from here. As director of personnel, I work hand in hand with the folks in payroll. But Ray stopped coming in about a month ago. No call, no show. Really pissed off the guys in the fantasy league. That was a month ago, Murphy asked, typing into his phone. Got a specific day? Sverrig pointed at the file. We requested a health and wellness check from your colleagues. Would have been a few days before that, I imagine. Murphy had seen the health and wellness check. Nobody had answered at Mr. Al-Kaboun's residence. Did he do anything that might anger people or make him any enemies? Any hobbies? Maybe dangerous stuff? Gladiator enthusiasts or anything? Ray? Sverrig asked in disbelief. A sword and border? That guy was a damn pacifist. He used to joke about how boxing was a relic of our ancient ways. He shook his head. He did like going into Zone 2 though, and occasionally Zone 1 for the festivals and food. But that was only on the occasional weekend. Murphy knew that. He had access to the logs showing the office workers' visits were an almost daily occurrence. But he made a show of writing it down. How long had he been working here? Sverrig thought about it. About 15 years. Sucks that he didn't get his full 20 in. Sucks that he didn't get his full lifespan in, Murphy said under his breath. Sverrig nodded grimly. Yeah. Then his eyebrows furrowed. You also wanted to know about Miss Proud and an elf. Miss Proud, Murphy corrected. And I doubt you know much about Mr. Taran Wilhelm not working here. But if he's ever visited or had any crossover recorded, it'd be nice to know. Sverrig lifted a handle from his desk and a computer screen rose up. He logged in. Also, Murphy asked, does Mr. Al-Kaboun still have an office here? Sverrig looked over. Well, yeah. Not much longer now that we know he isn't coming back, but it should be locked up still. Mind if I look around after this? Murphy asked. See if he left any sign of where he was going. Sverrig shrugged. I don't see why not. That answer alone told Murphy that Sverrig likely had no idea about the smuggling, but he was still about 3 floors below his actual target. Thanks for all the assistance, Andrew. I know it's super early. Sverrig smiled sadly. If it helps figure out what happened to Ray, then I'm glad to help. Gonna miss that guy. His husband made some fantastic food. Gonna miss those dishes at the office parties. Murphy tesked. Damn. Even more tragedy, he said, half joking. Then he waited for the rest of the info and the inspection of the dead man's office. Needle's eye. 9. Murphy was impressively underwhelmed by Raymond's office once Sverrig had taken him there. It had only taken about 20 minutes to confirm that while Mr. Al-Kaboun had interacted with the other 2 victims, it had only, at least theoretically, been in a strictly minimal and professional sense. He'd handled Ms. Cestus, Proud's payroll a few times, and had been present at a few meetings where Theronwheel had been as well. But that was the extent of the company records. Raymond's office was boring. He had a degree from UCLA, which Murphy already knew. He had a few pictures of him and his family from their travels. He had some knickknacks. But for someone who'd worked here for almost 15 years, it was mostly empty. 4 walls and a cluttered desk with 3 screens attached to its computer, and not much more. Ray was a bit on the Spartan side when it came to decorating, huh? He asked as he leafed through a few of the letters that were still in the IN bin on one side. He was always a bit of a minimalist, Sverrig agreed. Same goes for his house. Always felt like you had to take your shoes off when you visit. Huh, Murph grunted. Organized. Bet he's got a calendar or planner somewhere. He pointed at the drawers on the back of the desk as he sat in a chair. Mind? Not at all, Sverrig said. If it's company stuff, I just ask that you let me see it before you put it in evidence or something. Yeah, that's fine, Murphy agreed as he opened the drawer just under the keyboard. There was the standard pen organizer with several rather nice pens. A notepad had what looked like a shopping list. Paper clips, binder clips, and a roll of tape to replace the one on the desk when it ran out. He looked under the tray and found a sticky note with what looked like his login password. He also found what looked like an old work ID. That's easy enough, Murphy thought as he read it and memorized it, purely on instinct, and put the tray back down. He doubted he'd ever need the login, or that it was even still active, but it was an old habit. He also palmed the ID. Another drawer was full of files with what he assumed were employee details from the names on their tabs. He leafed through them simply to see if there was anything that stood out, but they appeared to be exactly what they looked like. He held the files up for Sverrig to see, using the movement to let the ID slide down his sleeve. The director was gathering some of Ray's personal effects, the pictures and whatnot, into a small area, presumably to give to the victim's husband. It was a startlingly kind gesture from someone who struck Murphy as a simple businessman. "I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that you guys want these back," he said as he showed the files to the man. "I think they're employee payroll files. I didn't read them, but I imagine they're important." Sverrig looked at them. "Ah, new hire files. Yeah, these are probably already submitted. But I'll need to check." Murphy made a show of pulling open a few more drawers and looking bored with the contents, which he was, if he was being honest, and turned back to Sverrig. "If you want, you can run those over to your office," he said, as he opened one of the cabinets on the wall to the left. "I don't think I'm going to find anything here. In fact, you guys got a bathroom?" He rubbed his belly. "Think that coffee in the lobby is done with me." Sverrig was still looking at the files absently and looked up at Murphy. "Yeah, sure. Come on out, I'll show you." Murphy followed him out into the hallway and listened as the director pointed him around the corner. "Thanks. And thanks for all the help," he said as he fake burped a bit. "I'll follow the signs out, and we'll keep you updated if we find anything interesting or have any other questions." "Of course," Sverrig said. "I really hope you find whoever did this to Ray and the others. Please feel free to stop by if you need anything else." Murphy walked around the corner toward the bathroom. He did have to pee, that much was true at least, and watched out of the corner of his eye as the personnel. The director dawdled back to his office while still studying the files. "Yeah, and cliché movie detective time," he thought as he stepped out of the bathroom a few minutes later. He began moving toward the stairs. It was easy to tell that something was wrong. As Eli rode along next to Marina, elf ears weren't as good as the ears of the folk, or of the deacon back in Petravius, but they were still more sensitive than human ears by a fair bit. He heard the chatter from the front compartment easily, and saw the way the undercover officers around him bristled suddenly. "We've got a silver SUV about 5 lengths back," came the call from one of the cars behind them. "Been on us since we left the hospital lot." They'd made a lot of turns since then, including several intentional loops. Anyone still behind them after that was definitely a tail. "Roger," the driver said. "Split up and take note. Go block evasion at this next exit. Car 2, call some uniforms and get them to pull that SUV over." The rest of the cars radioed understanding. "Hey, back row," Ramirez called from the co-driver spot. "Eyes back, silver brick." Eli turned his head and saw the two officers behind him turn, one to look behind them and the other to look out toward the outside of the driving formation. Eli took his jacket off and wrapped it around Marina's shoulders. It was about 2 sizes too small for her, but it was better than nothing. She didn't even look away from the console in front of her. "Keep this on," he said quietly to her. "It's really durable." Then he whispered as low as he could, "There's also a dimensional pocket in the left side." He saw her look at him curiously. "It has a one-handed arbalist in it. Be careful with the red bolts." "What's happening?" she asked, eyes still glazed over with the shock of the past few days. "Hopefully nothing," he replied honestly, "but just in case." Everyone's heads turned as they heard the call-out from one of the front cars. "That silver SUV a Ford?" came over the radio. "Yeah," confirmed the rear car. "We got a silver Ford SUV about 3 cars ahead, and on the left here," came the front car again. "Plates look new." "I see the one he's talking about," Ramirez said as he peered around the car on the front left of the formation. He got on the radio. "Car 5. Eyes on that blue one far up. Same make and model." "Take this exit, Party 1, their driver said. "Party 2 will take the next one." The 3 cars that made up the splitting party moved over in unison and pulled into the exit lane. Convoy, dispatch, came the radio. Eye in the sky has Baker 12 pulling up behind you. Have one of your officers mark the car in question with a tag laser. Copy, the driver said. Hey Johnson, shine a tag at that silver car. On it, Johnson said, pulling a laser light from his jacket. It ain't following the split. He looked through the small eyepiece on the laser and aimed it at the silver stalker. I'm on him. Dispatch, tag is on, the driver said. Pursuing car is not falling for the shell game. Have the unis take him. Dispatch, this is car 1. We also have a suspicious vehicle and potentially a third far ahead, marking the second one. Copy, 1. Second mark is tagged, replied the dispatcher's voice a moment later. We have more cars ahead. We'll move them if that car doesn't peel off. Eli watched over his shoulder as the patrol car pulled up behind the silver SUV and followed it for several seconds before turning its lights on. They all breathed a sigh of relief as they watched it pull onto the shoulder. Dispatch, the driver asked. Scans on that vehicle? Processing, the dispatcher said. While they waited, the remaining 3 cars swerved and zoomed off the next off-ramp. The 2 cars ahead jerked in surprise as they realized their quarry had just evaded them. Heads up. They had fuzz. They all knew what that meant. What's fuzz? Marina asked. I thought you guys were the fuzz. Used to be, Eli said. When we use fuzz, though, it means our scanners weren't able to penetrate something they should have been able to. He was referring to the magically enhanced sensor suites in their squad cars. If a container was enchanted, it would show as a fuzzy spot, like TV static. You guys can sense that stuff? She asked. Only if the enchantments are crude, he said. A true craftsman can make it look normal. She silently thanked her friend Figueroa for his obsession with clever dimensional storage. As they wove through the streets of Zone 2, the dispatcher chimed in again. Heads up, convoy. The occupants of that car just opened fire on our officers. Everyone began grabbing the assault rifles and SMGs strapped into the seats. Johnson spoke up. We got another SUV, same make and model, white this time. He steadied his rifle against the back seat. Car 4, the driver said. Blue shell. Copy, the car in front said, slowing down to let their car take the lead. Keep an eye on the white SUV at your 6. Rear. See if you can cut him off. Marina reached into the inner pocket of the jacket and felt the enchanted wooden handle of the small crossbow. It wasn't often that QZ Chief of Security Barcardi was called to put her forces in dress uniforms for a VIP, but an archmage of the Petravian royal family was an important person to impress. Barcardi was thankful for her suit's ability to lock itself in place. Her physical body, housed inside the torso and head of the suit, was uncomfortable. The high-tech sleeve in which she resided supposedly had salves to prevent discomfort, but every muck marcher knew the truth. She was a dying breed. She could count the number of active muck marchers on one hand. She'd considered conversion a few times. A new life, no can or suit, but with similar strength. But it felt hypocritical. She'd been working QZ security for nearly 20 years. She'd killed Juarez by the score during the riots. She couldn't imagine becoming one. She was knocked out of her thoughts as her subordinate, Bianchi, pinged her. Archmage's car has arrived. Copy, she said. Performing sweeps at first gate, he informed her. She smiled. Bianchi was a former ranger. He didn't care about titles. Good. Polishing up. She went into her suit's menus and chose the dress uniform camouflage. In half a second, the panels on her suit changed from black to silver and white. Her helmet's visor panels cleared to show her pale face. A trio of Petravian carriages rolled in. She approached the middle car and opened the door. Her visor lit up with warnings about enchantments, but it was to be expected. Prince and Archmage Arnesta Petravius, she greeted the occupant. The king's line was strong with giant's blood. The prince stood well over 6 feet. Welcome to Earth. I shall be your government escort. Chief Amanda Barcady at your service. The mage nodded and held his hand out. A woman with long hair in a top knot and swords on her hips stepped out. A pleasure to meet you, the archmage said in a voice so deep it resonated. Her helmet struggled to equalize the frequency. Now, please, bring me to the detective who called in with the information about this missing artifact. His sarcasm was heavy. He's currently on an operation, she said, but he should be back within the next few hours. She led them to the military-spec armored convoy. Switching her helmet back to operational status, She darkened the visor. "Sentinel online," she said over the radio. "Rolling in 5. Guns hot once we're outside." Eli was the only one who knew what was about to happen. His magical senses were attuned. Who the fuck are these people that they'll do this to a PD convoy? "Safety's off," he said firmly, raising his MP3 Humvee. "Why?" Ramirez asked. "What's ha?" The rear car of the convoy flew into the air as a pillar of earth shot up beneath it, creating a ramp that sent the car spiraling into a flip. "Holy shit!" the driver yelled. Eli's eyes glowed with green and gold light. "Ms. Smith," he whispered, "please cover your ears and stay down." With his enhanced vision, he saw the glow of magic within the white SUV. He hit the button to roll down the back window. "Firing," he said simply. His SMG began to roar. Needle's eye. 10. When magic manifested on Earth, it naturally caused more than a little turmoil across the globe. It was an unknown and non-quantifiable factor in society. It was dangerous, and it only became more dangerous as people gained more control over it. That fact was only exacerbated as refugees began to spread and disseminate information and magical technology. Naturally, the governments, and more precisely the militaries of Earth, desired this knowledge and technology as well. It would not be inaccurate to say that both worlds leapt forward in terms of technological advancement. The other world moved forward in its understanding of science, physics, and engineering, while Earth began applying magical workarounds to the technology it already had, creating machinery and experiments that were previously impossible. One of the first magical tricks the militaries and firearms manufacturers of Earth tried was the bottomless magazine. For most weapons, this trick didn't work. Bottomless bags were incredibly useful and revolutionized field loadouts, but they only worked marginally well on belt-fed machine guns. Manufacturers realized quickly that while a bottomless bag could hold incredible amounts of ammunition, it did not do well at determining which way that ammo was supposed to face. What weapon manufacturers did figure out, however, was that if an object only partially entered dimensional storage, it stayed in the same orientation until extracted. The end result was the ability to create weapon magazines that could hold rounds significantly larger than normal, so long as part of the rounds remained protruding. That was how the submachine gun in Eli's hands could contain rifle-caliber rounds in a magazine that fit inside a pistol-sized grip. He didn't understand how the weapon functioned, but he knew that when he unloaded the 60-round magazine on the white SUV that had eliminated their rear vehicle, the result was fantastically effective. He watched, with his enhanced vision, as the rounds impacted the windshield of the pursuer in a cascade of spiderwebbing cracks. As the SUV swerved, either to avoid fire or because the driver was dead, he angled his aim downward and put a few rounds into its front tire. He hit the button above him, and the rear window slid back up. "Jesus Christ!" Johnson shouted from the back seat as Eli grabbed a spare magazine. He was fiddling with his earpiece. "Codvay at least given us a minute to turn the sound dampening up." "Agreed," Marina said from next to Eli. "Sorry," Eli replied as he chambered a new round and flipped the safety back on. They had a caster. "Couldn't give him time to do any more. Sense any magic in this blue one?" Ramirez asked from the front passenger seat. He was already pulling up the short shotgun near his leg. "'Cause this guy's coming fast." Eli looked up and saw a massive blue vehicle slowing down and taking a wide flank. "They know she's in this one," Eli thought. "How?" "Take him, Ramirez," he yelled. "Can't do that," the driver interjected. "They haven't done anything yet." "Bullshit," Eli shot back. "Get the split team back. We need backup." "Dispatch has them 5 minutes out," the driver replied. "We can't shoot until they act." Eli saw a glow from inside the blue vehicle. "They're gonna cast," he yelled. "Then do something," Johnson yelled. "You're the magic guy." "God's damn it," Eli cursed. He unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed his seat back down. "Move." He took a knee on the flat chair, ignoring the control panel and simply punching the sunroof off with a magically empowered blow, sending the glass flapping into the wind. His hand was glowing bright green as he stood to his full height. He saw the face of the person in the back of the blue SUV as they realized what he was doing. "Have a taste of your own medicine," he thought. Instead of a ramp, Eli raised a blade of earth only a few yards in front of the pursuer. The driver swerved, and the blade cut the high-speed vehicle in two. Eli dumped another magazine into the wreckage for good measure as it fell behind into the distance. He slid back into the cabin and pulled his seat upright. Everyone in the car, including Ms. Smith, was looking at him with a mixture of fear and awe. "Jesus, Guy," Johnson said. "Those guys kick your fucking dog or something?" Eli looked back with a raised eyebrow. "Killed cops, killed innocent civilians, ruined a family. I don't like it when bad guys have balls that big." He bobbled his head a bit. "Besides, I've always been more of a cat guy." "Remind me never to piss you off," Ramirez muttered. "Guys, we got bigger problems," the driver said. "Dispatch has 2 more coming from behind, and even more than that from ahead." Ahead, the traffic was parting. A small fleet of similar SUVs and motorcycles was driving toward them on their side of the highway. Eli pointed toward an off-ramp with a sign that read, "Zone 3 Entry Checkpoint." "Yeah, I'm already on it," the driver said. "Security force is going to be pissed." "As long as they shoot at the right guys," Eli said, buckling back in. Murphy smiled as the door on the 7th floor chimed and the lock disengaged. "Poor security practices," he whispered. He'd used his work phone's printer to put his own picture over the ID head palmed from a Mr. Al Kaboom. He stood up straight and walked in like he'd been working there for years. The 7th floor was a combination of experimentation and documentation. He ducked into a locker room, grabbed a scrub set and a face mask, and put them on over his clothes. A random tech would draw a lot less attention than an out-of-place office worker. He checked his phone. The backpack was only 50 yards away. He grabbed an empty instrument cart and tucked his jacket into a compartment, nodding at a nurse as he passed. He thought he was in the clear until she spoke up. "Hey, where are you taking those?" she asked. "There are no medrooms that way." Murphy improvised instantly. "Gotta go report it," he said, pulling his jacket back out. "Someone contaminated the instruments by hiding their jacket in here." She let out a deep sigh. "I thought we got rid of the guy that was doing that. HR's gonna flip when they find out we got the wrong guy. And in the autoclave dispense drawer, fucking asshole." She waved him on. "Trust me, I know," Murphy said. "Doc is pissed. Security's gonna tear him a new one," she called out. Murphy waved over his shoulder, tensing up. "So that means I'm headed toward the security office," he thought. Great. The backpack was only a few doors away now, right behind a door labeled Development Sector Security. Murphy gulped, pulled the badge off his chest, and walked in backward with the card. "Say what?" the security officer behind the desk asked into a phone. Murphy's heart hit the floor at the next part. "What do you mean, Al-Kaba? Whatever is here? I thought he was a no-show, a different badge. What the hell are you talking about?" Murphy looked around. The backpack was ahead and to the left in a room marked Contraband Lost Found. "What can I do for you, man?" the guard asked, looking up. "Hope it's important. Got an issue going on." "Doc told me to report this," Murphy said, holding up the jacket. "Someone's hiding their belongings in the carts again." "Oh, for fuck's sake." The guard picked up a radio. "Hey, Georgie boy. We got a laundry list of shit hitting the fan. You and the boys mind coming up to 7? "Shit," Murphy thought. "I accidentally brought backup." He reached into his jacket pocket and gripped his taser. Time to break some rules. As the security officer reached for the coat, Murphy made his move. Needle's Eye. 11. As their SUV swerved onto the off-ramp, Eli stood up in the vacant sunroof once more, his SMG hanging from its clip point on his belt. "Shit," he grumbled as the vehicle swerved back to true once more, causing him to slam into the side of the aperture with his ribs. He used both hands, each of them glowing like before, and raised as solid of a barricade as he could behind them. Then, as the SUV screeched around the corner, ignoring the traffic light as it did, he raised another one on the ramp that would normally get them back onto the highway. If their attackers had more casters, which he imagined they did, then he was only buying them time. But that was fine. Any extra time was better than none. Their SUV raced on, and he slid back down into his seat again. Something buzzed above them. He looked up, but even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't see anything. "Hey," he asked of nobody in particular. "Are your guys' observance drones stealthed in any way?" "What?" Johnson asked from behind him. "No? I mean, maybe some of the ones used by you detective types, but they wouldn't use those for this. Hell, Dispatch is watching us from high alt. Dispatch got the ability to track wind currents." Eli followed up. Fuck if I know, Johnson replied. Hey Moore, Eli called to the driver. Can you ask dispatch if they have air current tracking? Moore looked at him with confusion in the rearview mirror. What? Why? Eli looked back up, scrutinizing the sky again, looking for any sign of a disturbance. Just ask, he said. I don't think we'll be able to shake them with a few swerves and some walls. That's all right, the officer sitting next to Johnson said. The walls didn't last anyway. Eli turned and saw the first of the attackers, a pair of motorcycles come sliding around a corner about a quarter of a mile behind them. Looks like it's fight time again, he said. This time for real. He grabbed the SMG from his belt again. Beside him, Marina muttered under her breath, I just want to go home. Eli spared her a glance. He was thinking a lot of the same, honestly, but the motorcycles were getting closer. There was no going home today. Get us to the wall, Eli demanded of the driver. When the large security guard got close enough, Murphy made his move. His jacket flew up into the guard's face, causing his eyes to go wide as he tried to catch it. Hey, he shouted in surprise. Then Murphy's taser was pressed into his chest. GRRK, the guard bleated as he spasmed and flopped back. Murphy caught him before he could hit his head on the desk and lowered him to the ground. Murphy lifted the guard's left pant leg, pressed the taser to it again, and pulled the little plastic tab on the side of its barrel. He pressed the little S button near his thumb and pulled the trigger. The taser sank its barbs into the poor guard's leg while detaching its front cartridge, adhering to the skin around the site. It would pulse in random intervals for the next 5 minutes, designed that way in case an officer needed to subdue someone for an extended period. He gently pulled the guard's pant leg back down. Sorry, bud. Some days at the office just suck more than others, he said as he patted the guard's shoulder. I'll get you some help in a minute, he added, pulling the guard's badge off his chest. The guard looked at him with anger before another pulse made him buck on the ground. Murphy quickly walked over to the room and pulled out his phone. He waved the badge over the reader and the door clicked open. Where is it? He asked as he looked around holding his phone up. It beeped as he waved it over a pile of gear in a box. He quickly began digging through the pile and realized that it wasn't the box marked Lost Found, but was instead marked Disposal. It was primarily jackets and various backpacks. He wondered how many of them also belonged to the people from the pile of bodies. Something clattered outside, and he heard the guard groan as another shock coursed through his body. Finally, as he picked up a sporty-looking orange and white backpack, the phone began to beep in a solid tone. A message appeared on the tracking app. Ryan's bag found. Stay out of my stuff. Bingo, Murphy thought. Now, the hard part. He grabbed the pack and a sweater from the lost and found box and got up to leave. He emerged back into the main room and closed the door gently. He took off the scrub top he was wearing, put the backpack on backwards so it hung over his stomach, grabbed his jacket and tied it around the pack, cinching it tight. With it in place, he put the scrub top back on over both. The end result was that he looked like he'd suddenly grown a substantial beer gut under his scrubs. With his gray hair and lined face, it was an easy sell. He placed the guard's badge back on the man's chest, put the sweater in the drawer, and rushed out the door. Hey, he yelled. Someone, grab a crash cart. Mr. Vasquez just collapsed. I think he's having a heart attack. Medical staff began rushing toward the room. He also saw a few large men in similar outfits to the guard exit the same stairwell he'd used. They saw him and began jogging his direction. He kept a worried expression on his face as he ducked back into the room and pretended to help the guard. A few seconds later, the door burst open. What happened? The first nurse asked. I was telling him about how someone had hidden some clothes in one of the tool carts again, Murphy said honestly. He started going off about how shitty of a day it already was. Then he just keeled over. Below them, Vasquez jerked from a shock again. Jesus, he's seizing, the nurse said. Guy always was high-strung. The pack of guards entered. Murphy looked at them for only a moment before studying his victim. Did you do any interventions? The nurse asked. Tried to get started on CPR, Murphy lied. But he kept seizing. Pulse is chaotic and his breathing is agonal. A pair of trauma shears materialized in the woman's hands as she cut the man's shirt open. Pret the regulator, she instructed. Then she pointed at Murph. Go grab Doc Calla. He should be in room 5. On it, Murphy said, jogging out the door. He stopped in the small crowd outside and grabbed a man in a lab coat. Is Dr. Keller still in room 5? No, the man said. I was on a snack break. You're call off? Murphy asked. Sure hope so, the man said, wiping crumbs off his coat. Murphy pointed at the room. They need your help. Heart attack. He's seizing. Oh shit, Dr. Keller said, rushing past. As the crowd craned to see inside, Murphy quickly slunk into the stairwell. He continued down toward the ground floor and used the fire exit to emerge into an alley. He was out. Bacardi tensed as she read the report on the inside of her helmet. An all-points bulletin had been sent out requesting backup near the Zone 3 checkpoint in Sector 4. Apparently, a large force was converging on the very escort convoy that the annoying detective was in, the one she was supposed to be bringing the Archmage to meet. Plus, someone was putting out yet another hit on that damn worker in her quarantine zone, and they were willing to kill police officers to do it. She looked at the map. The QZ was a giant, slightly oblong circle focused around the gate. Zone 1 was the inner facility. The secondary zone was split into 8 sectors. Zone 3 was the outside world. That's only about 8 miles from here, she said quietly. I could get there in about 10 minutes. But she had the VIPs. An Archmage, a high-level swordsman. Both royalty. She didn't fail assignments. Damn it, she cursed. She turned toward the Archmage. Something wrong? He asked. As an Archmage, she began, you're capable of incredible displays of power, correct? Of course, he replied. Including combat magic. My specialty, he replied. And mine, his wife chimed in. Good. I'm afraid something's come up that will require a slight change to our travel plans. She clambered out of her seat and tapped her gunner's leg. Take a seat, Donovan. I'll be on the gun for the rest of the ride. She gripped the firing handles of the 20mm autocannon and activated her radio. All rigs, except primary, patch into dispatch, move to support. Weapons and magic authorized. I'm on primary's gun, she continued. I'll get the VIPs to their target. Link up with the detective and bring him and his charge to me, by force if needed. She put on her Security Force Academy voice. Those fucks are killing officers and civilians in our quarantine zone. Kill 'em all if you have to. Understood? She listened with pride as they sounded off in the affirmative. Move out, she ordered, on the double, Needle's Eye, 12. Despite nearly 10 years as a police officer, followed by 10 more as a detective, and another 15 as the senior detective for human forces in the quarantine zone, and its de facto instructor for fledgling detectives, Murphy was still shaking from the adventure in RTI as he entered the local police department. Had been in more harrowing circumstances before. Hell, 5 years ago had been shot clean through the leg by an arbalestier while investigating a sentient trafficking ring. Even with modern medical advancements, he'd been hospitalized for almost a month. But something about the current case, coupled with how skin of his teeth the encounter today had been, had him on edge. And the seemingly empty backpack in his hands wasn't helping, especially as his phone buzzed with announcements about whatever was happening on the far side of Zone 2, which he was certain involved Eli somehow. Murphy fished out his badge as he strode up to the department's greeting desk. How can I help you today? The rookie behind the desk asked. He nodded as he saw Murphy's badge. Detective, what can I do for you? Hi, Murphy replied as he held the badge up for the scanner on the desk. I'm Zone 2 PD, he informed them. I just need a dark room and an evidence log kit for a few minutes so I can check something out related to a case I'm working. Case number? The officer asked as they worked on their computer. Zulu 83, Murphy began, before rattling off the long number combination for the murder case. The officer entered the sequence and hit submit. A moment later, he nodded. Oof, rough, he said with a grimace. He turned and pointed down the hallway to his left. Second right, third door on the left, it'll be dark room 2, he instructed. Murphy waited for a moment, knowing the rookie was forgetting something. The officer looked at him awkwardly after a moment. Murphy nodded, his old instructor habits kicking in. I do not. He said slowly and deliberately, to my knowledge, have anything hazardous to myself or the safety of the building and its occupants. Nor do I have any ill intentions toward myself or the aforementioned department. This is solely for investigative purposes, and any unexpected events herein following are incidental and should be used as evidence in court. Right, they said as they added it to the log. Thank you, they added quietly. All good, Rook, Murphy said as he pointed at the hallway. Room 2, right? That's right, they confirmed as Murphy moved past them. A few moments later, he stepped into the dark room. These rooms were a relatively new addition to police work. They weren't really dark rooms, not like in the ancient film development industry. They were simply rooms that were completely off the grid. They were essentially giant, noise-dampening Faraday cages, but with additional shielding intended to prevent magical spying. There were even subtly crafted enchantments inside the walls to further obscure outside witnesses. They had been made so that detectives like himself could log evidence on a delay, allowing them to keep it secret while still getting it into court records later. Essentially, it allowed them to cover their own asses without letting things be known publicly by every cop around them. He approached the small craftsman-style table set in the center of the room and set his badge on the dock to log his presence and identity. Then he put on a pair of gloves from the dispenser on the side of the desk. Detective Connor Oliver Murphy, he said as the screen above the table prompted him to confirm his identity. It pinged with a green light. He clicked a button and heard the hearty ka-chunk of the door behind him locking in multiple spots. He clicked another button and white noise began to play. This time it sounded like a creak, though he knew the noise was chosen at random to prevent prying. He set Marina Smith's bag on the table. Extrajudicially obtained evidence for logged case, he said for the recording. Obtained at one RegTech Industries local branch office. See location information on entry. He flipped the bag up so that it could be seen by the small camera on the table. Evidence is one backpack, formerly property of a Miss Marina Smith, who was a protected witness/suspect in case. Bag is orange and white, of a light athletic material. Brand is All Armor, he added, holding the large blue logo up for emphasis. Light wear and tear, lots of fur, presumably Miss Smith's. He pulled out his phone and opened the tracking app, setting it on the table. Item located using the tracking app with details provided by Miss Smith. He waved it over the back of the bag, and it pinged the location of the little tracking tag sewn into the padding. Tracker led to RTI location as mentioned. Bag was used by Miss Smith for her smuggling activities and was on her person at the time of her initial near-death. INT Detective Elijah Simmons. Diary received info about the bag and its status as partially enchanted from Miss Smith herself. He tasked me with its retrieval due to his limitations with access to Zone 3. He paused and took a deep breath as he gripped the zipper, opening and searching for enchanted bottomless portion. He unzipped it and dug around for a bit. None of the pockets were hiding anything save a few scraps of paper and some pens. He found a chewed-on eraser and some lint. He was about to give up when his finger caught on a small cloth loop at the bottom corner of the main compartment. It was easy to miss, folded down under the bag's seam. I think I found it, he said as he tugged at the loop experimentally. He showed the camera the location of the loop, then pulled harder. SSSSSHKK. The narrow band of Velcro around the edge screamed as it gave up its grip. The entire panel came up, and he was left looking at the pinkish glow of the familiar bottomless bag enchantment. He inspected it. The Velcro was designed specifically to be partly submerged in the enchanted area, making it almost invisible. As expected, he said, setting the panel down. Bottomless. Retrieving contents now? He reached into the bag, immersing his arm almost to the elbow before he felt something. Contents feel like a box of some kind of wrapping. Roughly a foot or so either direction. Maybe 7 inches tall, we'll see. He pulled the item out entirely. Sure enough, it was about the size of a shoebox, wrapped in brown paper. He set it on the grid pattern on the table so the cameras could measure it. Wrapped in shipping paper, he said, pulling an X-Acto knife from a drawer. Gonna open it with Blade 3 from table equipment. He lightly sliced the tape and unfurled the paper to reveal a plain wooden box. Box looks to be made of some kind of light wood. No markings. Looks like steel hinges and clasp, he said, tapping the simple latch. He looked at the camera feed and tapped a button. A small piece of green glass moved in front of the lens, allowing the camera to monitor magical flow. Suppression enchantments, he remarked. Likely for concealment. He tilted his head. Hopefully not for containment. Before he could second-guess himself, he reached forward, opening. He quickly flipped the latch. Nothing exploded. No noxious gas hissed out. No mysterious creature emerged. If anything, he was more confused by the readings. Magical energy seems to be. It appears that the box is drawing in energy. What the hell? What draws in energy besides a person? Opening fully, he said, slowly prying the lid open. As he did, he watched with fear as more energy was sucked in. He looked down at the fully opened box. Had seen images of something similar to this, but only the shape was familiar. The color or lack thereof was completely alien. His eyes kept wanting to draw away from it. The camera was struggling to record it too. Something screamed in his brain that he should not touch the item inside. It felt like a physical manifestation of unknown danger. Item is some kind of negative magic artifact, he said as a red warning light doused the room. Warning light has turned on. Closing box. He snapped the lid shut. The magic in the room settled. Knock, knock, knock. Detective Murphy? The officer outside asked. Is everything okay in there? We've got some anomalous magical readings coming through the room's enchantments. Murphy considered the question. He said, holding the intercom button. Yeah, I'm fine, and this is are okay in here. I'll be out in a minute. Do you need any assistance or for us to call a department mage? No, I'll be fine. I'll be out in a minute. Understood. Let us know if you need anything. The recording resumed. Murphy used the screen to look up PD Historical Reference Archives. Artifact emitted. Negative magical energy, strong enough to be felt outside the dark room despite shielding. He refined his search. Camera struggled to accurately record the artifact's nature. Subjective information. Artifact was difficult to look at physically. I felt obligated to look away. It's hard to explain the sensation. He entered a few key words. Artifact was roughly spherical, 7 or 8 inches in diameter. He stopped scrolling as he saw a similar image, a white orb glowing with light. He clicked it and read, then glanced at the closed box with concern. Artifact appears similar in shape and effect to historical documentation of otherworld artifacts known as Tears of the Moon Goddess, he said flatly, though the nature of them appears almost opposite. He stared at the box for several minutes. What the fuck did that young woman get involved in? What the fuck have I gotten involved in? He steadied himself and prepped the backpack to be sealed. Command decision, he said for the recorder. Potential negative consequences acknowledged. My Int-D colleague requested the assistance of the Petravian Archmage. This is an artifact of their world, with unknown and very powerful abilities, potentially divine in nature. I'm going to give this to that Archmage and get it back through the gate as soon as I can. This does not belong on Earth, and definitely does not belong in the hands of an all-powerful corporation. Ending recording. He wrapped the box, placed it back in the bag, and resealed the Velcro panel. Then, he did something else. Something that wasn't on camera. He unlocked the door and stepped out. A few officers, including the precinct's lieutenant, were waiting. He held the bag up. I've got a potential divine-level artifact that needs to be taken to the Archmage that just arrived on this side of the gate immediately, he said before they could ask questions. I need a ride and potentially an escort. Now would be nice. Needle's eye. 13. Eli flinched as the attackers shot at their SUV again. He heard the muffled pings and crunches as the bullets impacted the armored sides and reinforced glass. He wasn't the only one sending out return fire now. Ramirez had re-angled his window and sent a few rounds of buckshot at the motorcycles, managing to send one sliding off into some unfortunate person's yard after Head scored a hit on its front tire. A minute or so after that, their rear car had been taken out by an SUV successfully executing a pit maneuver. They'd almost managed to counter the move when one of the motorcycles swooped in and unloaded a sustained burst of automatic fire at their opposite front tire, removing enough traction to doom them. The last they'd seen of that car. The officers inside were waging a furious gun battle against the attackers circling them. The Zone 3 checkpoint was only about a mile away now, but Eli was doubting they were going to make it unless something drastic occurred. He leaned over to Marina and spoke, luckily able to whisper since she had better hearing than the others. I need that crossbow, he said, causing her to look at him with confusion. And the leather pouch that's in the opposite pocket. She looked around for a moment. Aren't these illegal outside of Zone 1? She asked, having had the thought when Ed first told her about it. What are they going to do? He asked as he held his hand out. Arrest me? Dispatch is saying the checkpoint won't help us. Moore yelled from the driver's seat. The rest of the officers grumbled and groaned at the announcement. Eli wasn't surprised. "Hey guys," he said, causing a few of them to spare him a glance. "I'm gonna break a few rules." He accepted the handle of the one-handed arbalist from Marina, then took the leather pouch with its backup darts. "What?" Johnson asked from behind him. Eli held up the small, heavily enchanted crossbow. The three officers in the back with him looked at it with wide eyes. "Where the fuck do you keep that?" Johnson asked. "Like I said earlier," Eli said as he fished out one of the bolts from the reserve pack. He pulled out the one that had already been loaded and slotted it into place. Working the QZ comes with some cool perks. The new bolt had a black and red set of feathers for its fletching, and the tip glowed with orange runes. These ones always made him nervous to handle, even though he knew they only worked once fired. "Don't bother shooting at the SUV," he said as he clambered up into the opening in the roof. "What the fuck?" Moore asked, as he saw the weapon in his rearview mirror. Eli ignored them, muttering a few minor words to the weapon as he channeled magic into its handle and envisioned the SUV in question. He popped up and aimed the arbalist. The enemy vehicle tried to swerve, knowing from its comrades that he was the biggest threat in the car. But against this attack, no amount of evasion would save it. Eli depressed the trigger and felt the twang as it sent the hellish bolt out in a surprisingly flat arc. The target attempted to jink one last time, but the bolt altered course and followed it, impacting the hood emblem and detonating with the force of a grenade. The vehicle, already mid-swerve, flipped sideways and began rolling. Eli watched with satisfaction as one occupant was ejected from a side window and sent flying. He was even happier to see the wreckage block several of its comrades, forcing them to skid to a halt. Eli fell back down into the car and began reloading. "Jesus," Johnson said, looking at the flaming car receding behind them. "Maybe I do need to switch over to Int D." Eli was prepping to get back into the roof opening when he saw something streaking toward them from one of the trailing SUVs. It looked like a circle of light around a black dot. He knew he only saw it because of his enhanced vision. In reality, it was arriving in a blur nearly as fast as a bullet. He tried to warn them. He wanted to get down and buckle up, but his brain froze. He was unsecured, crouched awkwardly in his seat. Instead, he compromised, dropping down and attempting to secure his charge in a bear hug. Even though she was likely in a safer position than he was, and more likely to survive just by merit of being aware he tried to shield her. He saw Johnson look back over Marina's shoulder, surprised by the sudden movement. Just over the back seat, he saw the rocket only a few yards away. It hit the SUV right above and behind the left wheel well. Eli had a split second to wonder, who the fuck has rocket launchers anymore, before it detonated. The whole vehicle lurched upward like a catapult. Eli felt something bend in a direction it wasn't supposed to in his back as he folded over Miss Smith. Maybe escalation of force wasn't the right answer, he thought, as the car launched into the air. Murphy was driving fast, weaving between cars on the highway. His car had its cherry on top as the other officers rode around him. He'd been told about what was going on with Eli and Smith. He hoped they were okay. The backpack was in a massive police armored carrier only a dozen yards in front of his car. The precinct where the QZ chief was taking the Archmage was only a few miles ahead. He picked up his radio. "Can we put the pedal down a bit, please?" The convoy sped up. "Detective?" Marina asked as Ellis' vision swam back into focus. "Detective? I can't get out." Eli startled as he saw Johnson's face right in front of his own, his eyes wide, dilated, and dead. A hand grasped his shoulder, and he sucked in a breath. The jostling let him know his shoulder had been dislocated. It hurt like a bastard. Everything did. He was resting on the crumpled inner roof of the upside-down SUV. Marina was hanging from her seatbelt, the tension keeping the safety mechanism locked. "Use your strength," he said, assessing his injuries. Stuff was broken inside him, but despite the pain in his back, he could still feel his toes. "Break it. Don't hold back." The handle of his arbalist was wedged in the roof opening, lightly crushed. Johnson's arm was under there too, poked by the slide. "Oof," Ramirez grunted as he slammed onto the roof from the front seat. "God damn it." "More alive?" Eli asked. Ramirez was already recovering his shotgun. Shots began ringing out against the side of the SUV. The armored sides and spiderwebbed glass held. Eli picked up a CT-30 that had belonged to an officer in the back and tried to check the chamber, but it was nearly impossible with one hand. Moore was alive. Ramirez said, pulling the cord on his vest so it fell away. He pressed the halves of the armor against the ruined windows to bolster them. Just unconscious. Head's bleeding, though. I think all our heads are bleeding, Eli said as Marina's seatbelt snapped, dumping her next to him. Need your help? He whispered. It's gonna hurt? He nodded at his shoulder. Marina froze, looking at the oddly slumping joint. Miss Smith? Rin? Eli prompted. Armored glass scattered against them as rounds found their way through the rear window. She shook her head. Do it. I need my arm. She gripped his bicep and braced her other hand against his neck. Don't bother warning me, he said. Got any more magic tricks, boss? Ramirez asked as he gently moved the unconscious Moore. 'Cause otherwise we're kind of fucked. Marina popped the arm back into its socket. Eli gritted his teeth and let out a sharp yelp. Fuck! Sorry, Marina apologized. All good, he hissed, testing the limb. He got on all fours and looked at Ramirez. This ain't gonna save us, but it might buy us a few minutes. The people outside were silent. No orders, no trash talk. They were just shooting as they approached. Sirens blared in the distance, but the attackers didn't care. They didn't even care that the Zone 3 entrance was visible. Eli began to draw in magical energy, envisioning a world aflame. Hold your breath, he growled as a round skipped over his newly repaired shoulder. His hands glowed bright red. Then a new sound rang out, a bigger gun. It was a gun that could only belong to something massive, specifically made to bring down vehicles and extra-dimensional beings. Eli watched through a bullet hole as an assailant was practically cut in half by the new fire. Something blurred past their car, splattering a downed attacker. A loud crunching sound followed. The cannons of a QZ armored interceptor thundered as its massive wheels crushed through the wreckage. 30mm rounds punched through the enemy SUVs like wet paper. Holy shit, Ramirez said. Outside, the QZ security forces annihilated the mercenaries. Eli rolled onto his back, letting his abused body rest. He tried not to cry. I need to move to Australia's QZ, he said softly. I'm old enough to retire a few times over. Maybe the druids there could use an extra hand. Marina covered her ears against the thunder of the cannon fire, looking at him with concern. Needle's Eye, 14? Murphy wasn't surprised when the explosion occurred. He was surprised at how quickly it had happened after they'd taken off. They'd only been driving for about 5 minutes when the armored car, a dozen yards in front of him, was impacted by what looked like 2 missiles. Holy fuck, he blurted out as he saw the conical blasts continue out of the opposite side of the massive vehicle, peppering the squad car on that side with superheated metal. Without realizing it, he had a thought that was eerily similar to his former subordinates. Who the fuck uses missiles anymore? He wondered as he swerved his car to the side, away from where the twin trails had come from. Who the fuck are these people? He thought as he managed to get the abused old car behind one of the highway divider walls and threw it into park. He rolled out the other side, grabbing the jacket off his passenger seat and throwing it on as he moved around to open the back door. From a compartment under the back seat, he pulled out his old Marine Corps service rifle, which he'd been allowed to keep when his contract ended. He double-checked the antique CT-6, 5 MK3, and chambered a round before throwing a sling bag full of magazines over his shoulder and moving toward the divider wall. He stumbled as a few rounds impacted the windows and roof of his car, then managed to scramble into cover. Peeking over the wall, he watched as one of the other squad cars stopped, and the officers inside tried to return fire. Get to cover, you fucking idiots, he hissed, just as the first of them dropped, puffs of red mist spraying from several impacts on their torso. The driver rolled out of their car, pulling a pistol from its holster, but their blue shirt was already darkening from a wound on their side. Then the car exploded, engulfing the two of them in flames. Jesus Christ, Murphy said, as he instinctively dropped back down. The heat washed over his position in a wave, dispelling the pre-winter chill. He looked back over the wall and followed the trail the last missile had left behind. They're using old-ass insurgent tactics, he thought, as he saw the enemies firing from a similar position on the opposite side of the highway. They were hunkered down behind the barrier wall just like he was. They had to have scrambled to get people on sight. Maybe they had some magic on their side, he mused, but he couldn't think of any other way to get that many people there without attack vehicles. He reached toward the front of his rifle and pulled off the back half of the IR laser cluster mounted in front of the inline scope. Have some fucking juice, he prayed silently as he depressed the power button. He hadn't touched the rifle in almost a year. The light turned bright green for a second, pulsing as it self-assessed. After 3 slow pulses, it shut off, then turned back on with a steady amber light. Amber works for me, he thought, placing the sensor unit on top of the wall. If 18 hours ain't enough charge to get me through this, then I got bigger problems. He pulled a pair of polarized glasses and a wire from his bag. He plugged the wire into the rifle scope and then into the glasses as he crawled toward a hole in the concrete barrier. He poked his barrel through the opening as the sensor array began to track muzzle flashes and body heat. Looking through his glasses, he watched as fuzzy targets began to populate. He swung the rifle around until a small set of crosshairs centered on a blob with something large on its shoulder. Looks vaguely missile-like to me, he thought. Learn why the Corps owns the streets, bitch, he said, applying the final pressure to the trigger. The rifle coughed, its report muffled by the wall and its suppressed barrel. He smiled as the missile wielder flopped to the ground, boneless. A few yards away, unheard by him, his car's radio began to squawk. Convoy, this is Quarantine Zone Chief of Security Barkhadi, the radio relayed. Backup is incoming. Is he gonna be okay? Marina asked as she clambered into the back of the armored truck. Eli was on a stretcher inside. She'd insisted on being in the same vehicle. I'm fine, Eli said with a thumbs up from his less injured arm. The hint of a laugh in his voice made it obvious he was drugged. He's beat to hell, the paramedic informed her. Dislocated shoulder, broken ribs, concussion, and scanners say he has a herniated disc that wasn't there before. That's gonna suck for a while. Better than Johnson or Moore, Eli said woozily. The EMT certified officer helping the paramedic winced. Fucked up, they said. But not wrong. The paramedic hooked an IV bag to a loop. You his girlfriend or something? He asked. As he did, Ramirez, his arm in a sling, clambered awkwardly into the truck and collapsed into a seat. Are you his girlfriend? The confused medic asked the new arrival. Ramirez looked at the caregiver with annoyance as he pulled shells from his sling and began loading the shotgun on his lap. Nah, he said, sounding exhausted. But the guy gave me a task, and it ain't done yet. And he's doing good, Eli added, then winced. Ow! Damned half-species, the officer EMT said. Veins are always all over the place. The paramedic handed the officer a pair of glasses. When he put them on, they glowed with magic. Holy shit, he said in surprise. Lets you see the veins, the paramedic said. A few seconds later, the doors sealed and the truck rumbled. Brace yourselves, a voice said over the intercom. We're getting out of here. He was protecting me, Marina said quietly. They all were. Yeah, well, you can buy him a drink later, the paramedic said. Do me a favor and let me focus. Ribcage transit stabilization ain't easy. Ramirez kicked Marina's leg lightly with his boot. He'll be all right, he said, pointing at the coat she was clutching. It was oddly pristine despite being pinned under an SUV. You'll get a chance to give it back. Archmage, Barkhadi said, giving a small bow to the tall man. I'm afraid there are matters I must attend to. They relate to why you've been brought here today. You'll be safe here in the care of the precinct. But I must go. The Archmage waved his hand as if he were used to this. Barkhadi didn't care. She had a second attack to manage. Her HUD flashed a warning about her rising blood pressure. She blinked it away. The zone she was responsible for was becoming a war zone all over some smuggler. Primary, she said as she began to jog. Move to the secondary attack zone at speed. Roger that, ma'am, the driver replied as the vehicle roared into motion. By the time the truck reached the exit, she was already running at close to 40 miles per hour and gaining speed. Have the trucks that need restock report here. The VIP's security is priority. Also, know that anti-armor weapons are in use at the secondary site. She took a direct approach, leaping over businesses and residences. Her HUD warned her of obstacles, though she occasionally smashed through fences of houses listed as having no pets or children. By the time she got within a mile of the second convoy, she was running at over 80 miles per hour. As she ran, panels opened on the legs of her suit. On each stride, her hands grabbed components and assembled her combat rifle, loading it with explosive rounds. Convoy, she said into the radio. This is Quarantine Zone Chief of Security Barkhadi. Backup is incoming. She leapt off the roof of a parking garage at 90 miles an hour, launching herself in a high arc. Her suit seamlessly patched an officer's ancient targeting feed into her HUD. Nice, she said to herself as the system designated targets. She was 100 feet in the air at the apex of her leap, hurtling across the highway like an artillery round. She shouldered her massive rifle and began firing. By the time she landed, skidding across the asphalt and smashing through the wall the assailants had used for cover, she'd already killed 10 of them. Another was crushed beneath her as she slid through the debris. 11. Her left hand rose with her sidearm while her right fired the rifle. Grenades launched from her shoulder into the enemies remaining in the open. 50 yards away, Murphy sat up and watched the mayhem with wide eyes. He'd seen muck marchers fight before, but rarely with this level of startling violence. "God damn it," he said under his breath. Then he sighted up on the few assailants she wasn't actively dealing with and began firing again. Needle's eye. 15. Murphy dusted off his pants as he stood up and walked over to retrieve the little sensor he placed on the wall, his rifle hanging across his chest from its sling. Around the now quiet battlefield, the other officers of the convoy were slowly standing up and shaking off the shock of what had happened. A few of them were helping their injured comrades with first aid bags from their cars. Behind them, Murphy saw several QZ security response vehicles flying toward them, guns manned. Across the highway, Chief Barcardi was stomping toward one of the disabled department SUVs, a pair of unconscious assailants in each hand, their wrists and ankles bound by restraints. She pulled open the rear door of the SUV and threw the 2 arrestees in the back before slamming it shut. Then, she began walking over to the armored car. Murphy moved to join her. He paused for a moment as she shoved her armored hand into one of the 2 holes left behind by the missiles and ripped the passenger side door off with a loud crunching noise. She looked inside for a moment, then stepped back down and began moving toward the back. He met her near the rear corner. "Detective Murphy?" she asked, though he was sure her suit had already told her who he was. "Yes, ma'am," he said, the rifle and heavy combat putting old Marine instincts back into his brain by default. "That your old service rifle?" she asked as she gripped the rear door of the truck and began pulling. Again, he was certain she already knew the answer. The door groaned in protest. He looked down at the relic and nodded. "Yeah." She looked back at the carnage behind them, making a show of actually turning for his sake. Then, she gave an exaggerated nod. Her suit was covered in blood. "You did good work," she said simply. Not surprising for someone from the 28th. He nodded, not mentioning that at that old unit which didn't even exist anymore. He'd mostly been responsible for keeping drunk Marines from embarrassing the unit and the sober ones from sneaking booze and drugs into the barracks. "Thanks," he said. You too," he added, uncertain of how to respond. The rear door of the armored transport finally gave way to her suit's strength, popping and spraying bits of metal that plinked off her armor. "The artifact is in here, right?" she asked, but she was already clambering into the wreckage. "If there's anything left of it," Murphy replied as he watched her, "should be a backpack." "The 2 missiles impacted on the motor and driver's compartment," she said flatly, her suit's speaker only making the coldness of the statement even more robotic. They were aiming to disable the vehicle, not destroy the artifact. He'd figured as much when he'd seen the state of the vehicle in question. She stomped back down to the ground, the familiar backpack in hand. By now, the QZ trucks had arrived and were taking up a perimeter. One of them drove up and stopped just on the other side of the wrecked truck, and Barcardi moved toward it. Murphy moved to follow. She stopped in her tracks for a moment and turned toward him. "What are you doing, detective?" she asked. "I'm the one who brought that in," he said. "I'm aware," she said simply. "I'm going with it," he said. "That's unnecessary," she replied. "We've already broken both groups of assailants. Stay here. Secure the 2 prisoners. Let medical check you out. This is our job now." Murphy stood his ground. "They attacked that kid's home only hours after she'd been released from our custody," he said. "Attacked the convoy, the armed convoy she was in, only minutes after they'd begun transporting her. And they attacked this one only minutes after it had left with that artifact." "Yes, I'm aware," she said. "And you expect me to let you join me on this trip, when it's obvious that there's a leak somewhere in the police department?" He was a little irked by the obvious accusation, even though it was fair given the situation. "And if I ride with you," he countered, "could I really do anything to hurt you, me and my little CT?" Her helmeted head turned a bit as she considered that. Then she turned and continued toward the truck. Fair enough, she said. The confidence in the statement reminded him of just how dangerous the chief of security was. He looked at the blood still dripping from her armor and at the sheer carnage she'd left at the far side of the highway. They'd be scraping some of the criminals up with shovels when they cleaned this place up. He turned back and jogged to catch up as she clambered into the back of the waiting truck. Besides, she said as her suit locked itself into place near one of the interior walls, I hit their drones with trackers. We'll know where they go back to. He looked out from the back of the truck as the rear doors closed. They had drones, he wondered as he peered up into the air above the battle site. A minute later, they were driving again. He watched as blood and bits of viscera continued to drip off her armor and onto the floor of the rear compartment. The whole fight had barely lasted 5 minutes after the initial surprise attack, and he was amazed at just how much violence it had entailed. You are the Simmons diary that summoned me? A deep, booming voice asked as Eli slowly regained consciousness. The first thing Eli saw was the amber light of healing magic as a pair of massive hands waved over his face and chest. Depends, Eli responded. Who are you? He was still heavily medicated and woozy, but his head felt better than it had before. The glow stopped for a moment, and Eli felt himself tense up in surprise as he saw who had been healing him. I am Archmage Arnesta Petravius, the massive man said from within the hood of his robes. You requested my presence to assist with a possible divine artifact. I did, Eli said, suddenly feeling quite sober. The history and lessons his mother had given him as a child made him want to get up from the bed and show deference to the prince. I brought someone here who I think may have unknowingly smuggled. The prince waved a hand to silence him. Yes, we've spoken to Miss Smith, he informed Eli. It appears she got involved with the wrong people, much to her misfortune. Yeah, Eli agreed. He flexed his arm, surprised at how good his shoulder felt. But it made sense. An archmage had used healing magic on him. And my old partner is tracking down the artifact in question at the moment. Do you mean this, Detective Murphy? The prince asked. Eli nodded. From what I've been told by the officers here, his convoy came under attack, Prince Arnesta said. Eli's eyes went wide at the information. The chief went to lend the maid. She was moving very fast. He pointed at Eli. How are you feeling? I think I've fixed up most of your injuries. Eli twisted a bit in the bed. His ribs were sore, but not bad. I feel pretty good, he said. Then his eyebrows furrowed, and I don't feel as woozy as I did when I woke up. They gave you the neutralizers for the meds they gave you when I started working on you, he replied. If you're up to it, would you come with me? I was reviewing the information on the computers, but I'm not too good with Earth technology. He held his hands up for emphasis. The keyboards here are too small for me. Eli nodded and struggled for a moment to get out of the bed as his abused body ached. He looked around and saw the department's overnight room, usually used for rest during long details, now serving as a makeshift medical bay. Yeah, let me grab my stuff, he said, as he placed his feet on the ground and saw his coat and shoes nearby. How did you come by the information that led you to believe it was a divine artifact? The prince asked as Eli slowly bent forward and pulled his boots on. By the way, your colleague Murphy seems convinced that it is one too. Eli looked at him for a moment as he pulled his laces through their hooks. I spoke to your cousin, he said. He thought for a moment. There were audio recording devices in here to monitor the precinct. Her boy Stevie has gotten awfully big over the past decade. Arnesta nodded in understanding. And how are those two? He asked, knowing why Eli was being mildly secretive. Good, Eli replied. Healthy as ever from the looks of it. Proud of her kids. The prince nodded. They are doing well for themselves, he said with a chuckle. No doubt they're planning on following in their mother's footsteps someday, much to the rest of the family's protest. He thought for a moment. You said little Stevie's gotten bigger? Eli nodded. A lot bigger. Curious, the prince remarked as Eli stood up and straightened the lapels of his coat. By the way, nice enchantments on your coat. Thanks, Eli said bashfully. An old friend of mine made them for me years ago. They're very subtle, but quite strong, the prince said. Miss Smith was very eager to return that to you. Do your fellow officers know about them? Some of them, Eli said as he followed the massive mage out of the room. Marina was waiting, surrounded by fellow officers, as they emerged into the precinct's main work area. She looked like she wanted to say something to him, but was too overwhelmed to do so. He'd ask her later when things quieted down. Eli took a seat at the computer that the prince had indicated and began telling him what he'd discovered. Needle's eye. 16. Eli was sitting on one of the benches, usually reserved for handcuffed drunks and delinquents, when Murphy got to the station. The pain of his injuries was significantly less than it should have been, thanks in large part to the Archmage, but he was still in pain, and he had a headache. Also, he was tired. It turned out that being in a gunfight and car accident simultaneously took a lot out of a person. Being in constant physical discomfort, even if it wasn't as bad as it could have been, was taxing. "You look like rehydrated shit," Murphy said as he sat down next to him, startling him out of his thoughts. Eli looked up at where the Archmage was arguing with the sector's police captain in his office. Then he looked over at his former instructor. Murphy was dirty, the front of his jeans stained with grime and road dust. His hands were scuffed, and he smelled like smoke and burned rubber. He still had the shoulder strap from his trusty old rifle across his chest, though its magnetic retention band was empty. The rifle was likely checked in at the front desk, since this wasn't his precinct, or maybe the back locker room. It didn't really matter. He still looked better than Eli felt. Eli looked over at the bench on the other side of him, where Marina was sleeping with her head on his bundled-up coat. "It's been a long day," he said simply. He looked back at Murphy. "I assume you managed to find it?" "No bullshitting. It was literally right next to their lost and found," Murphy said. "Also, one of the victims was one of their senior payroll techs." "Shit," Eli replied. He thought for a moment. "Where is it? Hell, what is it?" "It, LSS, it," Murphy began as he accepted a cup of coffee from Ramirez with a nod. The TRT officer gave Eli one too, then seemed to realize that now he didn't have one for himself and went back to the break room. Chapter is in the backpack with Chief Barcaddy. She's getting her suit cleaned off, but she had it clenched in a fucking death grip last I saw it. He took a deep breath. "And I have no idea what the hell it is," he admitted. "I've never seen anything like that. It was like..." He reached as if grasping for something. "You ever watch those old-ass flat movies, like old 1900s films, especially the horror movies?" Eli nodded. His father had been a fan of old movies about things called kaiju, as well as anime. His uncles had jokingly called his dad a weeb. "Ever see one of the horror films with the old-school round-screen bubbly TVs? I think they were called tubes or something." Murphy followed up. "Maybe. Why?" Eli wondered. "It was like looking at those things when they had static on them," Murphy said with a shiver. "Like in that old one about the girl from the well? Or that even older one about the kid that gets stuck in his family's TV because their house was built on a shrine or something." Eli looked at him in confusion. He was older than Murphy by over 2 decades, but he wasn't big on movies, especially horror or classics. He had no idea what the detective was referencing, though it sounded vaguely familiar. "But it was darker," Murphy continued, "like a fuzzy, staticky black hole. Set off all the alarms in the department I was checking it out at, even in a dark room. And all the alarms in my brain." "What did?" Eli asked, as Ramirez took a seat at one of the desks in front of them, a new cup of coffee in his hands. "Of course," Murphy replied, as if it were a dumb question. "But the alarms didn't go off because it was pushing energy out. No. Instead, it was sucking it in." He stared at his cup of coffee as he swirled it, making a small whirlpool in the middle. "Like I said, it was almost like a teeny-tiny black hole. But for magic." Eli looked at him, confused by the concept. Pounding steps roused him as he looked up and saw the QZ chief enter the room. Clutched in her mechanical hand was an orange sports bag. "I think that's us," Eli said as he braced himself against the back of the bench and grunted his way to his feet. He wobbled for a moment as he steadied himself. "Ramirez, keep an eye on her for me." Ramirez raised his cup. "On it, boss. By the way, that's Ramirez," Eli said to Murphy, who looked at the young officer with an approving nod. "Ramirez, this is Murphy, my old instructor/partner." Ramirez made to stand up and shake the detective's hand, but Murphy waved him down. "Relax, kid," Murphy said. "Keep your seat." Ramirez looked confused for a second before lowering back down. If Eli looked like shit and Murphy looked dirty and abused, then Ramirez's bumps, bruises, and scuffed outfit put him solidly in the middle of the 2 elder detectives. Murphy imagined the only thing keeping the kid any perkier than Eli was the fact that he was only in his 20s and still had the energy of a young man in better shape than either of them. "You had just as rough a day as either of us," Murphy said. "Kick your feet up for a bit. Just keep an eye open like you said." "Already all over it," Ramirez said as he watched the two of them depart after the armored QZ chief. "You're right," Murphy said just as Barketti opened the captain's door without an invite. Yelling emanated from the room, turning heads immediately. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward Ramirez. "He does seem like good people. Where are those two detectives?" the police captain yelled through the closing door. Eli looked up at the ceiling and took a deep breath. His neck popped and started hurting, which in turn caused his abused back to begin complaining. "They're singing our song," Murphy said as he pulled the door open. "I'm retiring after this case," Eli said as he stepped into the yelling contest. Andrew Sverrig, who was himself simply an office drone and nothing more, cried as he lay on the cold concrete. His eyes were covered, though at this point they were likely swollen shut enough that the blindfold wasn't necessary. Kenji dipped the pliers in a tub filled with isopropyl alcohol and washed the blood off. The fingernail from Sverig's right hand came loose and bobbed on the surface. Ironically, Sverig's very innocence and lack of a criminal background had been his saving grace. Had he been a real hard case, Kenji might have had to take more than one nail. But as it was, a beating and a single nail had been enough. This pathetic, sobbing mess couldn't lie. Not to him. Not after this. The beating had been necessary. It had occurred before Kenji had even gotten the man in his chair. Sverrig had fucked up. He hadn't even known had failed until one of the CEO's attendants had summoned him into an SUV. He'd had a bag over his head before he knew there was a problem. It was bad enough that one of their processing sites had been discovered. That was mostly bad luck. A contraband source choosing a friend over their career. They'd already killed that weak link, but somehow that friend had survived a second attempt at being silenced, then a third, thanks to a startlingly hardy father. And now Shed survived a fourth. And somewhere in between, Shed told someone something she shouldn't have known. That had led to a detective showing up at their local office with questions. Somehow, he knew things he shouldn't have. Had been tricky, or more accurately, Sverrig had been an idiot. Now that detective had escaped with something. They were missing a bag they thought was empty, which was supposed to have their objective in it. Kenji fully intended to question the men who'd received the bag to see if they found anything either. But then, one of their insiders described an unexplained event at a police station, a station visited for an hour by that very detective. Kenji's boss had scrambled a squad to retrieve it. Now they were all dead, and two were theoretically in custody. And their drone had been tagged. The recovery site was already dissolving. Kenji stripped his gloves off and ran his hands under the sink. Once dry, he pulled his phone out and set it to work mode. He dialed his boss. He spoke in the customary hybrid language, a mixture of Japanese and Vatrian. After a few short answers, he was put on hold. "Tell me what you have discovered, my child," his father's voice said from the other end. Even across the world, Kenji could hear the age in that voice. An age that had rapidly accelerated when his father had initially transited to Earth during the panic of the first gates. The low magical levels at the time had made his magical youth difficult to maintain. Unlike Kenji, who'd grown up adjusted to Earth's magic. "One moment, father," he said as he moved over to Sverig's sobbing form and knelt. He hit the mute button and rubbed at the tusks protruding from his lips. "I'm currently on a phone call, Mr. Sverrig," he said calmly in English. "Please be quiet for the next few minutes, or I'll have to resume my work instead of allowing it to be finished. After that, you may resume. But just 5 minutes." Something in the eerily calm voice caused Sverrig even more fear than the beating had. The sobs abated. Kenji nodded and reactivated his phone. "Sorry about that," he said. He was blubbering. He looked down at the pathetic man. "He knows nothing." This was simple garden variety incompetence. On multiple levels, his father said. It wasn't an insult, just a statement of fact. Where is it now? In the same police department as the cyborg and the Petravian royal mage, as well as the detective who stole it from us. And the lioness. The men there haven't even killed one of them? Kenji looked over at the leader. The hired thugs had sent along with Sverrig. The ex-con looked smug as he sneered at Sverig's prone form. The other thug looked less certain. "Like you said, the incompetence isn't limited to Sverrig." He thought for a moment. "Should I take the field?" No, his father answered. It's far too early for that. For now, this can all be blamed on the mercenaries and the company. Losing a single branch is nothing. Understood. What would you prefer? His father remained silent, considering the question. Kenji's time in America was a test of his ingenuity. For now, they do not know what they have, his father said finally. But it is also contained. See if one of your insiders can break its containment. That should confuse them and force them to react instead of planning. Understood. I'll speak with the local leader and make it happen. Good. The elder hung up. Kenji put the phone in his pocket and walked over to Sverrig. He motioned for the two thugs to join him. He liked one aspect of the American criminal foot soldiers. They never minded his half-orc appearance. They were all smiles as he raised his hand and pointed his palm at Sverig's back. A small amount of magic built up. Then there was a snapping noise as a burst of concentrated air emanated from his palm at pneumatic speeds. Sverig's spine crunched. He made a noise between a grunt and a yelp. Then he was dead. Blood pooled on the tarp. Holy shit! The leader, a heavily tattooed Hispanic man, said. That's some badass magic. Yes, it is, Kenji agreed. Then he turned to the other thug. Let Mr. C. Barnes know that we'll need one of the moles in the police department to do some work that may put them at risk. Me, sir? The younger man asked. Isn't that the kind of thing Mario usually does? He nodded at the tattooed man, who looked upset at being bypassed. Mario won't be dealing with Mr. Barnes anymore, Kenji said calmly as he built up the spell again. Until new leadership is determined, you'll work. There was another snapping noise and a wet crunch as blood and bones sprayed from Mario's back. The man tried to grab for the pistol at his waistband even as he fell, his legs turning to jelly. He was dead before he could finish the curse. What's your name? Kenji asked the younger man. The young thug gulped. Dante Espinosa. Relax, Mr. Espinosa. I'm not going to hurt you. I was simply correcting a mistake. He nodded at Sverrig. And cleaning up. Now, please. Go inform Mr. Barnes that I need to give him instructions. Dante nodded hesitantly and turned to leave. A small lesson before you go, Mr. Espinosa, Kenji added. If you're going to make a mistake, own up to it. But don't act prideful or confident about it. Practice humility. Why, yes, sir, Dante replied. Kenji waved him off. Dante did everything he could not to run from the terrifying half-orc. When he was gone, Kenji picked up his briefcase. He opened it and basked in the soft pink glow of a bottomless bag. A few minutes and a bit of magic later, both bodies were tucked safely inside. He walked out into a light mist of rain and handed the bag to one of his assistants. Dispose of this later, he said as the other assistant opened the car door. He looked around at the American cityscape. Gods, I love countries that don't fully comprehend magic. In Japan, a single spell at that strength would have alerted every sensor drone for 3 blocks. But here, a drone a few hundred yards away watched lazily as warehouse workers walked to their cars. The drone didn't even notice him, his car, or his assistants, even though they were covered in enchanted gear. Ours are the least of the incompetencies in this country, he thought, and yet even a single stumble can be enough to kill a person. He got in the car and ready to leave for the RegTech CEO's home. And for Mr. Espinosa's sake, he hoped the young man got the message there first. Needle's Eye. 17. G.A. Kate Everse. Eli was the first to get dismissed from the dressing down. In fairness, it had only felt like a dressing down because of how mad the precinct captain and, via the phone, the chief of police had been while tearing into Barcardi and Murphy. They'd torn into Murphy too, since Head essentially broken into one of the most powerful companies on the planet and stolen something that was now causing chaos. But they couldn't exactly blame him for the bodies or smoking wrecks that now littered the secondary ring of the QZ. They hadn't really known what to do with Eli. That had become painfully obvious after only a few minutes. His status as Int D and as such, not under any of their direct chain of command, put him out of their full control. Plus, he hadn't had a direct hand in anything other than the convoy fight, in which Head been defending himself and the others. They'd whined about his use of combat magic, but it had clearly just been something to vent about. The entire time they'd been roasting Murphy, Barcardi, and to a much lesser extent Eli, the armored chief of the CZ had stood completely motionless. Eli hadn't known, as he left the room, whether she was even listening. Was she inside her helmet, tending to something completely unrelated? It was impossible to tell, at least right until Head had been on the verge of grabbing the handle of the door to depart, when Shed held up the bag that had just cost so many lives. Are we not going to address the potential WMD in the room? Shed asked, just as Eli had turned to close the door behind him. He put on a cheesy smile as he turned and saw all the officers and staff of the area staring at him, and the room had just left. Then he made his way over to Marina and Ramirez. Yeah, then they literally just squeezed the batter out of the piping bag, kinda like a funnel cake, and once it's fried, you dust it with cinnamon sugar. Serve it with whatever dip you want, Ramirez finished saying as Eli sat down. Oh, hey boss, he said. That sounded like a righteous tongue lashing. I was just explaining how churros are made. Nice, Eli said. Then he turned to Marina. How are you feeling? She nodded awkwardly. Everything's still crazy, but, Tom, I'm okay, I guess, she said as she picked up his coat, which was folded now, and handed it to him. Thank you. He accepted the jacket with a nod. How about you, Ramirez? Been to medical yet? He asked. The large TRT officer shrugged as he leaned back in his chair. Nothing a few tubes of Neosporin and some Tylenol won't fix, he said with a grin. You got it worse than me, and you're already back up and moving. Eli nodded and wished he could light a smoke. Only because I got some of the good touch while I was on the ride back, he said. His shoulder still ached from being dislocated, but the adhesive bandages glowing gently under his shirt were doing a lot of work. What did they say? Marina asked with a look at the captain's office. They're mad, Eli said simply. Lots of good officers got hurt today, some of them killed. He turned and faced her fully. Do you know what you were carrying? He asked. She shook her head. I don't look into the shipments, she said. Clients hate that. Causes too many problems. He looked at her with a flat expression. Yeah, really avoided problems this time, he said. She cringed, and he felt bad for the remark. Marina, you were carrying something very, very dangerous, he said. I was? She asked. He nodded. If my partner is right about it. That's why the prince is here, he said, as he turned back to look at the office again. Inside, the Prince Archmage was still passively sitting in the captain's chair, waiting patiently for the yelling to die down. He lowered his voice to just above a whisper. If he's right about it, then anyone with any knowledge of this thing is going to want it. He looked around at all the staff in the room. And there's definitely at least one or two people in our very ranks who are working for whoever is doing this, he said even more quietly. Even only a few feet away, Ramirez couldn't hear him and cocked an eyebrow curiously. But Marina's ears were better. That's how they knew where me and my dad were, she asked, almost as quietly. He nodded. And how they knew we were moving you, and how they knew Murphy had managed to pick it up and where he was going. He looked around again, and as he did, he saw the way everyone's eyes kept darting between their small trio and the room with all the bigwigs. Someone's a fucking mole, or rat, or worm, whatever. Marina looked around curiously. I'm going to do what I can to get you to safety, Eli said, and Murph and I are going to figure out who's behind. Suddenly, there was a strange sensation that pulled at Eli's chest. It felt like all the magic in his body was being pulled into a vortex that wanted to devour everything. The lights in the ceiling flickered, and a pair of flashing red emergency lights began to go off. Someone screamed in surprise. Close it now! Demanded Prince Arnesta from inside the captain's office, and as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Eli was breathing heavily, though he didn't know why. Pain pulsed through his body, especially in his shoulder and his back. The fuck was that? Ramirez asked. The wall and window of the captain's office exploded, and a mass of metal, glass, and anger flew through the air before slamming to the ground and skidding across the floor. Barcady rolled and regained her feet before hitting the wall. Eli saw that her left hand had been severed just below the elbow. The metal and circuitry there were glowing hot. Son of a bitch, she yelled through her suit speakers as she began running back toward the office. There was another explosion, and Eli was surprised to find himself in a kneeling position with his pistol drawn. He was also in front of Marina, who'd fallen to the ground in a startled attempt to take cover. Barcady ran in a pounding staccato as she attempted to catch her attacker from her landing site. But by the time she crossed the 20 or so feet to the demolished room, the prince had already escaped out of the new blast hole in the side of the precinct building and was flying through the sky. He was heading back towards the gate, an orange sport bag clutched in his hand. Eli and several other officers rushed to see what was happening. Inside the office, Barkhadi was standing near the new opening with a pistol aimed at the departing prince. Murphy stumbled out of the door, not noticing as it fell off its demolished hinges, and coughed from the dust in the air. "Fuck," he said as he fell onto the door, as it unexpectedly collapsed while he was still holding the handle. "What the fuck?" Eli helped him to his feet. "Was that the artifact?" he asked as he got Murphy into a chair and slapped some of the plaster dust off his shoulders. Murphy coughed a bit longer, but was nodding emphatically. "Chief Barkhadi," the police captain yelled behind them. "You can't shoot Petravian royalty." Barkhadi didn't move for several long seconds as the archmage continued to grow smaller in the distance. Then her hand blurred, making the pistol disappear back into its compartment. She didn't say anything. Instead, she began angrily stomping out of the room and down the nearby stairs. "Get back here," the captain demanded. But the QZ chief didn't care for the demands of the police captain and ignored him. In her helmet, she rapidly fired off commands to her officers back at the gate facility as she moved toward the armored vehicles and the prince's wife. "God damn it!" The captain cursed as he clambered out over the debris. Then he pointed at Murphy and Eli. "You two, in my—" He paused as he looked around at what was left of his office. "In the break room," he demanded as he began marching that way. "And bring the damn cat." Kenji adjusted his shirt collar as he stepped out of the car and into the courtyard of Reginald Barnes' house. His assistant, Ori, leaned over as he held the umbrella for him. "Sir, I'm afraid the artifact has escaped us," he said softly. "The Archmage broke the rules." Kenji looked to Ori with only mild surprise. The royal family had, according to his father, changed quite a bit in the years since the gates had opened. Before, they'd been sticklers for tradition and rules. Since then, they'd shifted to being more adaptive and less forgiving of threats. They'd become less predictable. He nodded. "We'll manage," he said to Ori. Then he began walking. He liked Barnett's house. It was, as far as a major CEO's house went, fairly simple. It was still excessively large and built with no expense spared, but it still looked like a house. An American house, which he wasn't a fan of, but a house nonetheless. Its appearance did not speak to the technological company that Barnes headed, nor did it embrace strange or foreign design styles. Scale it down a bit and give it a normal-sized yard, and it would have fit in any suburb. He liked that. He disliked opulence or frivolous ostentation. He didn't even like that his car had to be as large as it was, but he understood the necessity of armor. He stopped just in front of the door, ignoring the small black orb of a surveillance camera up near the eaves. It wouldn't record him anyway. It would be experiencing technical difficulties any time it looked at him, thanks to one of the few technologies Earth had that was better than magic. Ori rang the bell. "Who is it?" a voice asked over the intercom. "Me," Kenji answered. The door's lock slid open with a clank. "Please come in, Mr. Kato," Reginald Barnes' voice replied as Ori opened the door. Kenji walked into the house, inspecting the awards and certificates on display in the entryway. The Nobel was, if anything, underwhelming compared to some of the trophies there. Barnes was in the kitchen, knife in hand, as he finished spatchcocking a chicken. "Please take a seat, sir," he said as he looked up at Kenji for a moment. "Would you like something to drink?" "I'm afraid dinner is nowhere near ready." He held up the uncooked chicken for emphasis. "But we have plenty to drink." "I'm fine, thank you," Kenji said as he took a seat on the far side of the island. "What are you making?" Barnes looked back up at him as he splayed the chicken open and began seasoning it. He finished by setting it into a large bowl full of red wine. "Coq au vin," he said, "with some lemon and herb couscous." Kenji nodded approval. "Sounds lovely." They sat in silence for a few more moments as Barnes set the chicken aside and began finely dicing the mushrooms. "It sounds," Barnes said after a while, "as though your forces have come up a touch short." Kenji simply watched him work. He chuckled. "My, so forces?" he said with a raise of his eyebrows. "They sure seem to have." "We should authorize the dark armor," Barnes said, ignoring the jab. "Stop pussyfooting around." Kenji continued watching him. He tossed some butter and red wine into a large enamel pot and turned the heat up. "If we do that," Kenji said after a moment's consideration, "whether it works or not, it will be traced back to your company." "It's too late for that," Barnes said. Kenji smirked a bit, glad the CEO was admitting fault. "That Detective. Already stole the artifact from our own building. Right next to your office's lost and found bin, Kenji countered. Easily lied about. Barnes looked at him with a raised eyebrow as he rapidly diced a slab of thick-cut bacon and tossed it into the simmering pot. Kenji nodded. Of course, Barnes knew better. He wasn't the CEO of a major company because he was stupid. The prince will take the artifact through the gate, Kenji said. Not even that cyborg and all her troops and weapons will stop him. They probably won't even make him breathe hard. I didn't mean to activate them here on Earth, Barnes countered. Ah, Kenji said simply. That would be a line they may not like you crossing. It was going to happen sooner or later, Barnes replied. True, but once it does, you won't be able to take your foot off the gas, Kenji said, picking up the bottle of wine Barnes was using. He smirked. It was a cheap corner store bottle of Burgundy. Practically undrinkable, but perfect for cooking. That's an arrow that cannot be unfired. Barnes slammed his knife down roughly on the counter and braced his hands on the surface. He stared at Kenji. Does your father want the artifact or not? He asked with a glare. Because last time I checked, there was no moving forward without its anti-magical properties. Kenji pointed the bottle at him. There's the real question, he said with a smile. Now tell me, is pleasing him worth potentially ruining your precious company? Because once you activate the dark armor, you either succeed or die. He wobbled the bottles side to side. You either retrieve the artifact and finish the project, or you fail, and my father kills you. And even if he doesn't, RTI will be so tied up in lawsuits and cancelled contracts that you'll be homeless in a year. The two of them stayed there for several seconds as Barnes considered the threat. The promise, really. Kenji pointed at the stove. Your bacon's burning, he said as he took a sip of the last few drops of wine and grimaced at the quality. Barnes turned and stirred the mixture in the pot before dumping in the mushrooms and some garlic. I'm going to activate them, he said as he stirred and added a bit of stock, and send them through. Kenji pulled out his phone. I'll let him know. Needle's eye. 18? Eli groaned as he stretched, feeling the pang of protest from his back. He put the last of his smokes in his mouth and lit it with a softly glowing fingertip. A mid-sized police-issue gym bag sat on the ground next to his feet. Seriously, E? Those things are gonna kill you, Murphy said as he walked out of the precinct. He was cinching down the flat black pack of a department-issued bottomless bag, no doubt with his rifle in it. These things are like fifth on the list of stuff doing that today, Eli counted as he finished stretching. His shoulder was on fire despite the bandages. Murphy stood next to him for a moment, looking in the direction, only a few miles away, where drones could still be seen lingering around the site of the gunfight. So, back to Zone 1? He asked after a few moments. Eli slowly exhaled a long wisp of terrible-smelling smoke. That's the verdict, he replied. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the massive hole in the side of the building. At least until Int D is finished with the paperwork for all this nonsense. He looked over at his old instructor. You gonna be okay? Murphy shrugged. Suspension ain't nothing new, he said simply. Beats whatever the tin can is gonna do to whoever she rounds up on this. Can we please leave? A muffled voice asked from the gym bag. This is really weird. And really, really cold. Murphy looked at the bag, his eyebrows knit together. Oh shit. Right, Eli said as he quickly picked the bag up. Did recovery get your car back to you? I need a ride back to the zone. Oh God. Please don't move so fast. Shh. Ish, Eli hissed out of the corner of his mouth. Murphy took a deep breath and shook his head in exasperation. Jesus Christ, kid, he said as he began walking. He gestured for Eli to follow. Come on, it's already waiting in the shed. A few minutes later, they were driving toward the nearby QZ checkpoint. Murphy couldn't help but continue to look back at the gym bag on the back seat. I take it you need me to use my LE pass exemption, he said to Eli, who was doing his best not to fall asleep in the passenger seat. They could already see the massive metal wall around the next sector. Assuming your suspension paperwork hasn't been processed yet, Eli said sleepily. The bag squirmed a bit in the back seat. I live in a fucking cartoon, Murphy said as they continued toward the checkpoint. He grunted. I hope you have a plan, Eli. Me too, Eli replied, his eyes struggling to stay open. Murphy spoke again, and for a change, the words actually woke Eli up fully. By the way, he said as he pulled into one of the checkpoint ID lanes, that relic might be on the other side. Probably is by now. But, I kinda have an idea for how to get it back. Eli looked over at him with a raised eyebrow. Hmm? And Murphy told him about what he'd done after he'd shut the camera off in the dark room. Chief Barcady was, once again, thankful for her helmet and how it kept people from seeing her face as she looked at the devastation in the GAT facility. Medical staff had beat her there. She'd had to run nearly 70 miles after all, and they were already recovering the fallen security officers. The walls were blackened and scorched. The footage she'd watched before the cameras were destroyed had shown the Archmage blasting out massive waves of dark green lightning as a magical shield flared around him. In the Archmage's favor was the fact that, at least so far, none of the officers had been killed. There were broken bones, concussions, burns, and electrocution injuries, but no deaths. But the facility was ruined. All the weapon emplacements were destroyed. Most doors had been blasted off their hinges, and the two massive blast doors of the main gate room had a hole melted through them. 2 helicopters had been brought down outside, one of which had landed on the roof. 5 interception vehicles, 2 helicopters, and 47 officers disabled, she thought, reading the current tally. Nearly $8 billion in damage just from base estimates. She looked over at the hole in the building that led to the sky, and the gate facility for an entire quarantine zone disabled until further notice. When one of her officers handed her a clipboard, she was even more robotic than her suit usually made her. She accepted the paperwork without acknowledging the officer. A minute later, a call came in on her HUD. She took a deep breath and answered. "Good afternoon, Director," she said as calmly as she could. "Chief Barcady," the voice on the other side said simply. "What the hell is happening over there?" Arnesta moved with purpose as he strode through the castle. It was not lost on him that he was holding the single most dangerous thing in either universe, especially given its properties and his status as a magic user. He wasn't stopped until he was almost at his father's audience chamber. Until then, the guards he passed had merely been surprised to see him, but the Guardian had no qualms about his titles. The massive half-elf strode forward and clamped a vice-like mailed hand on his shoulder. "Archmage Arnesta Petravius, you are under arrest," the large warrior said, halting Arnesta's progress entirely. "For crimes against our American allies and threatening the multi-world treaty. Take your hands off of me, Batista," Arnesta said as he held up the wooden box. "Call for my cousins and the other Archmage if you must. You and my father need to know what they had." "They have already been sent for," the Guardian said, adding pressure to his grip. "You are still to hand over whatever this is, and be held until the king has finished his discussions with the other world about what you've done." "I will not let this thing out of my sight," Arnesta replied adamantly, his eyes beginning to glow. "The people from the other world have been willing to slaughter countless civilians and law enforcement just to obtain this thing, and I know what it is." The Guardian's eyes and armor began to glow. Arnesta felt the bones in his shoulder strain against the monstrous man's strength. "Enough," said a voice that immediately caused both of them to release their magic. Arnesta's father, King Kellen Petravius, was standing in the doorway, looking at both of them with annoyance. "Guardian, take the box." He pointed into the room. "Then both of you get inside." The Guardian seized the box with movement Arnesta could barely see. Arnesta moved to follow, but as he reached the door, his father clamped a hand on his shoulder. "Tact, goddammit," the king said, before shoving his son into the room lightly. "Also, you left your wife over there, you idiot. And that should tell you how serious I think this is," Arnesta replied. The king ignored the remark. "Utter silence," he yelled in a dialect of Petravian that had been dead for a millennium. Rooms on the walls flared. Nobody outside would be able to hear a thing. The king pointed at his desk, and the Guardian placed the box on it. Arnesta moved forward quickly and placed a hand on the lid. "Father," he said, "whatever you do, do not open this here." "What is it?" his father asked. "What is so dangerous that you have damn near broken a 50-year-old treaty to bring it here?" Arnesta leaned in and whispered into his father's ear. "It is one of the corrupted artifacts. I believe it may have once been a tear of the moon goddess, or potentially one of the eyes of knowledge." His father's eyes widened. "The new god?" he asked softly. Arnesta nodded. For decades, the gods had been silent. After the day of the dying sky, various holy relics had become corrupted, taking on traits of the vanishing blight. How did this get to Earth? His father asked. It was smuggled, Arnesta replied, and its smuggler was a member of the folk who was killed by, presumably, her client. Luckily, they failed to use Silva, so she is alive. But they've attempted to kill her again since, and they've killed many others attempting to retrieve it. Do we know who that client is? His father asked. I suspect it was found in the possession of Regtech. Behind him, the Guardian tensed. Regtech had given the Guardian his arm back after a Wyvern attack decades ago. That is not a company to trifle with, the Guardian said. They are incredibly powerful on Earth. I'm aware, the king said simply. He took his glasses off, a sign of deep distress. We have problems, too. ACTATA. DAM-03 stirred for the first time in its life. Servos and synthetic nerves began to fire. Vision blurred into focus as its brain woke from its induced pre-life slumber. Stand. The muscles, servos, and magic in its legs activated. It stood to full height from its fetal crouch. Agnostic. Stance. It took on a pose reminiscent of the Vitruvian man. Panels on its armor opened, exposing plugs and enchantment focus placements. Its head turned as a non-target designated TI diagnostic technician, Dr. Anthony G. Lin stepped in front of it. Dr. Lin looked into DAM-003's eyes. Visual recognition working, Dr. Lin said. DAM-003's software translated the speech by reading the doctor's lips. How is visual vocal recognition? Respond. Visual vocal recognition is functional. DAM-03 responded with no emotion. Good, Dr. Lin said. Suddenly, the room grew loud as DAM-03's ears began to function. Dr. Lin snapped his fingers. How's auditory sensation? Active. Good. All sensors reading good. Vitals good. Dr. Lin leaned forward, his eyes glowing green for a moment. And enchantments seemed functional. Move to designated location. DAM-03 began to step forward. Other DAMs 28 of a potential 60 were being tested all around the room. Their segmented armor bodies were darkly colored and heavily enchanted. Underneath the external panels, WCRCA's readouts showed molded flesh from 5 different people and 3 different sentient species. It had the info filed away in case it became necessary to its function. Mobility demonstration. It moved to display its agility and flexibility for Dr. Lin, and in a nearby room, a doorway flared with light as its enchantments took hold. Needle's Eye, 19, GAT verse. Are you sure this is going to work? Marina asked from the bathroom. The sound of the trimmer had stopped some 10 minutes ago, give or take. It's Deep Elf ceremonial pattern dye, Eli said as he rubbed some of the healing salve he procured on his way to their current location onto the small of his back. Just use number 1 before number 2, and it'll be fine. But there's no way this'll fool any of the folk, she countered as he heard the showerhead spraying water. It's not the folk we're worried about, Eli said before lowering his volume. He sucked in air through clenched teeth as the salve began working its way into him, burning like icy hot as it did. It's a damn Earth company and their gangbanger mercs. If anything, we're here so that the folk might accidentally help us if they try anything while we're here. The water from the bathroom paused as she thought of that for a moment. You're using their instincts against them, she asked in offended shock. No, he countered, just as the salve finished getting through his skin and into his deeper tissue. Ideally, nothing happens at all. But if it does happen, then I'm hopeful that their instincts play in our favor. There was a loud, though muffled bump from beneath them before they heard crashing noises. The rooms of the Tooth and Claw were, it seemed, enchanted only to prevent noise from getting out of the room, but not from letting noise in. It was actually part of the reason he chose the primarily folk-only tavern, deep within the QZ's third zone. That's messed up, he heard her say, before turning the spray nozzle back on. I'll take any advantage we can get, he said to himself. His exile to Zone 3 wasn't exactly convenient given their circumstances. The fact that his apartment was in Zone 2 only exacerbated that fact. But if there was one advantage to being Z3 only, it was that the inner zone had a very extensive network of back channels. And even better than that, as an Int D officer for the better part of 40 years, he knew most of them. As Murphy was fond of saying during their training days, a detective couldn't do much of anything without building a network. And in Zone 3, Eli had a damned good network. "As long as you don't put me in that bag again," Marina said as she began blow-drying her fur. "No promises," he said quietly as he slowly sank into the couch up against the wall. The TV on the opposite wall was playing an old rerun of a show from before even his time. A few minutes later, as he was beginning to struggle to keep his eyes open, she emerged from the bathroom wearing the new clothes he'd snagged from the tavern's lost and found. A hoodie and a pair of cargo pants that were a size too large for her, and also the new fur color. "This feels weird," she said as he gave her a sleepy once-over. Gods, he was tired. The day felt like it had been nearly a month long. "Looks spot on though," he said with a nod. "If the ears were a touch rounder, you'd be a dead ringer for a night sister. Which is enough to beat basic surveillance, especially if it's being watched by Zone 1 humans." "How long are we staying here?" she asked as she sat on the edge of the bed a few feet away, looking at the TV absently for a moment. "No offense, but being in a merkin joint isn't exactly comfortable. You'd be surprised at the things I can smell in here," she said as she took a sniff of the air. "Least the bed seems to get full magic cleaning." She nodded at the couch he was already beginning to melt into again. "Can't say the same for the couch." He cocked an eyebrow at her. The term was a common bit of derogatory slang for a bar that specialized in letting people walk on the wild side with members of the folk. They were popular among certain circles of the tourist industry. As a result, they also tended not to have much surveillance anywhere except the doors and the cash registers, for that exact reason. "How do you know about merkin bars?" he asked in confusion. "You been to one of these before?" She looked at him with a blank expression. She might have been uncomfortable in these kinds of places, but she wasn't embarrassed by them either. After all, she wasn't in that line of work. He thought for a moment, then remembered how she'd gotten into all this trouble in the first place. "Right," he said as he scooted down further into the couch. "Smudler, merkin bar. Good spot for a meeting, and I had more than a few fake IDs," she said. She wanted to ask why he was so familiar with these kinds of places too, but he was already snoring before she'd even finished the short sentence. "You used to pick them up from Fig before meetings," she whispered, remembering her dead friend. She sat on the pillows of the bed with her knees tucked up to her chest and watched the old cartoon. She missed Fig. He had liked selling his wares at places like this. She missed her dad. Murphy was about halfway through cleaning his old rifle when his cell phone lit up with a red border around a warning message on the screen. "Shit," he cursed under his breath as he wiped the bolt carrier with the chamois cloth nearby. He tapped the screen of the phone to dismiss the warning as he slotted the firing pin back into the carrier and pressed its spring in place. Another swipe of his finger and his house's controls turned on. He was thankful that his wife, Maria, was in Philadelphia with his daughter for the next week. As his camera feeds came up, he saw the cause of the warning. The main gate to the perimeter wall was rocking against the side of the brick wall of Maria's dahlia bed. It had been blasted off its hinges. "She hit it," he said, as he quickly slapped the completed bolt assembly into the stock of the weapon and released the disassembly tab so it would lock in place. He slotted the barrel back in its lug, still unclean since he'd been interrupted, and twisted it until it made the light pop that meant it was properly housed. He didn't have time to do things proper, so he simply squirted dual-action cleaner and lube into the whole assembly and scissored it shut. Then he braced the charging handle with one hand and released it with the other, easing the bolt back and forth a few times to get it oiled up. He watched on his phone's screen as several dark forms stalked through the gate and up his driveway. "They're coming through the front," he said to himself as he peered out of the window behind his table. "Means they know I'm in the back." Sure enough, he saw the little black shadow of a drone flying over the backyard. In the distance, he could see lights moving in the forest beyond the back wall. The rear gate would likely be breached in a moment too. He looked back at the phone as he slapped a full magazine into the magwell of the rifle. His head tilted as he saw the person leading the fire team. "Marcher?" he wondered. His phone automatically enlarged the feed from the camera over his garage. "No," he thought as he saw a slightly closer view. "That's something else entirely. Some new model or something. I thought they stopped making those." As if on cue, the armored thing looked up and pointed the front of its slightly too large head at the camera over his front door. He didn't see the normal faceplates that he'd come to recognize from other muck marchers. Instead, He saw 3 large bulbs of some kind of lens. They looked almost insect-like in design. The thing's hands blurred before the feeds for his door, garage, front yard, and side alley all shut off. Then the application on his phone shut down. It instead flashed a warning: feed SE security compromised. Reporting to Norton Home Solutions and local law enforcement. Shit! He half yelled as he picked up the phone and threw it into a desk drawer. He couldn't trust the technology now. He stayed low and moved to the closet nearby, which had become more of an armory since he'd taken over the basement. He slung the rifle over his shoulder as he moved. At almost the same moment, he heard the front door crash open upstairs. Something clattered and slid across the ground before there was a loud bang, bang, bang. Shit, eat, he said as he jammed a few spare magazines into the pockets of his sweatpants. He was torn between thinking he'd been caught with his pants down and thinking they'd caught him at the most opportune time. Another 20 minutes, and they would have shown up while he was upstairs getting ready to plate the pot roast. He threw his battle belt over his chest like a bandolier, his .44 Magnum holstered on the left side. Then he picked up an old surplus AA-12 from the previous century and pulled the box magazine out of it. He quickly opened the hidden panel behind his fire safe and found 2 drum mags for the weapon. He could see the green plastic of the shells that had cost him a yearly bonus to source from dealers in the back alleys of a place he had intentionally suppressed his memory of. One got slotted into the massive slab of a weapon, and he quietly chambered a round. The other went into the dump bag. Then he set the automatic shotgun on the shelf, so its light was shining into the secret compartment. He drew in magic as subtly as he could and channeled it into the enchanted panel. A set of glowing runes appeared. He tapped the red and green ones. Then, as he heard the people upstairs pause, he stepped out of the armory and donned a gas mask with a set of enchanted goggles duct-taped over its eye slots. He went over to the breaker and flipped the power off. It wouldn't do much to stop the mutt marcher, but he figured it'd give him an edge on the human component. Gas, gas, gas. He heard them yell above. He smiled as he raised the AA-212 to his shoulder. As a successful QZ detective, these weren't the first ne'er-do-wells to try and visit him at home. He flicked the safety off and began stalking up the stairs. Objective 1, he thought as he stepped on the very edge of the 3rd step to avoid the creak. Get the fuck out of here. Something heavy stomped across his house near the kitchen. He wondered if its sensors had sent it there because of the heat signature of the pot roast. Also, stay the fuck away from whatever the hell that thing is. He opened the door at the top of the stairs and was happy to see the noxious, burning, and entirely non-lethal, if a judge ever asked, green gas that the enchantments in his heating vents were releasing. He fucked up trying to sneak in on my turf, he thought as he crept out. He tapped a small rune on the side of his goggles, and a little green rune glowed, the same color as the one he tapped downstairs. As the enchantment powered up, the gas became crystal clear. Thank you very much, Eli, he thought with a grin as he saw one of the gang mercenaries standing only a few yards away, wearing a construction filter mask and ski goggles. They were waving their hand through the air as if they could clear the gas just by blowing it away. He began slinking forward, moving away from the kitchen and toward his target. Needle's Eye, 20, Gatorverse. Murphy was not a small man. In fact, at 6'3" he was taller than most, and at 260 pounds he was also heavier than most. He wasn't in denial of his beer gut. He was in his late 50s, for God's sake. It would be weirder if he didn't have one, but he was proud to say that he could still pass department fitness tests and that he could still outlift most of the younger, more wiry guys in the department. He wasn't the most nimble guy either. A shot to the leg back in the core had prevented any non-existent dreams of pursuing ballet as a career, but he could still move. Luckily, his size and lack of grace meant very little when dealing with a bunch of amateurs in a house full of gas that only he was immune to. He also had home field advantage and was wearing a pair of moccasins that his oldest grandkid had made him a few years earlier in her life skills class. They were old and ratty, but they were comfortable. They had sentimental value, and more importantly, they had the same quality that had made them the preferred footwear of Native Americans for millennia. They were quiet. The first thug in his view hadn't even known he was there when Murphy slammed the butt of his automatic shotgun into the back of the man's head. The crack the skull made was almost satisfying, but he didn't have time to relish the sensation. He had to catch the body and lower it onto the couch they'd been walking past. He took the thug's filter mask off just in case, after removing the magazine from the rifle and tossing it onto his recliner a few feet away. He almost froze in place as he turned and saw a pair of thugs come in from his garage on the other side of the room. He'd never had to actually use the gas enchantment before, so it took a moment for his brain to remind him that they couldn't see him the way he could see them. What really made him freeze was the sound of the heavy footsteps of whatever thing they'd brought with them. Shit, man. Kind of fool has a gas trap in their own house? One of the two new thugs asked from inside an ancient-looking full-face mask. It was the kind you might see a CDC worker wearing with a bright neon hazmat suit in a movie, only scratched and poorly fitted. "Ayo, Mikey, where you at?" the thug asked as, sure enough, he fiddled with his mask straps. Murphy froze again as he heard the footsteps from the kitchen. One of his cooking utensils, likely the ladle from next to the slow cooker, jumped from the impact. Investigator Murphy's last location has been detected in basement room per their cellular device's GPS coordinates. Came a robotic voice that boomed through the air from that same direction. Shit. I was right to ditch the phone, Murphy thought. He expected to hear the thing begin stomping his way. He was near the stairs leading down after all. He didn't expect what happened next. "You are nearest to the stairs leading to the basement. Maintain position," it shouted instead. Then, a wrecking ball impacted Murphy's home, or at least, that was the closest thing he could compare to what happened next. First, there was a massive shift in the floor that he could feel even through his moccasins. It was like seeing a massively overweight person get out of a car that was too small to support them. Seeing the suspension system release all the tension it had been holding. Only it was the floor of his house that relaxed. Then, almost as soon as he looked down at his feet curiously, something massive and far heavier than it had any right to be crashed into the floor of his kitchen and exploded through it into his basement. There was a moment where Murphy wondered what had just happened. Then the detective part of his brain kicked in, followed quickly by the grumpy old man part of his brain. The hungry, grumpy old man part. It just busted through my kitchen floor like some fucked up kind of Kool-Aid man, he thought. Even the thugs wobbled from the impact. They couldn't see the cloud of debris wafting into the living room the way he could. That fucking thing probably just dumped my dinner all over the basement. "What the fuck, man?" the first thug piped up as they aimed their submachine gun toward the catastrophe. Murphy cringed as he felt feet thudding from upstairs as the other thugs came rushing down. "Man, I told you we shouldn't be working with that thing," the other thug said, gesticulating with their sawn-off shotgun. "Knew that big spooky-looking robot motherfucker would only fuck this up for us." Then, two things happened almost simultaneously. The first was that Murphy remembered one of the things Eli had told him when helping Inner Zone friends set up the defense enchantments, namely that enchantments only worked properly if the item remained homologous. In other words, the gas enchantment would only function if his air conditioning duct system remained more or less unbroken. Since the robot motherfucker had just cannonballed through it, that was no longer the case. He saw the two thugs begin waving their hands and slowly turning toward him. The second thing was the robot yelling up from downstairs. Detective Murphy is not present in the basement, despite recent cellular activity saying otherwise. Target has most likely exfiltrated via the stairs. Suggest securing first floor immediately. Murphy tapped the enchantment rune on the side of his glasses, just in time to see the thick green fog beginning to clear at face height. One of the thugs from upstairs rounded the curve in the stairs and saw him fully. Murphy looked back with a raised eyebrow as he used one hand to remove his mask and the other to switch the AA-12 in his hands over to the little sticker he'd peeled off a bottle of orange juice that said, "Full Pope. Once a jarhead, always a jarhead," he thought. "Holy shit," the thug on the stairs said in a thick surfer accent. "That's the dude." Murphy smiled as the two thugs next to him began to react. "Sorry, fellas, I'm afraid the pot roast has been 86'd. You're gonna have to order something else." The thugs froze as they saw what he was holding. "Try the beef pate." Then the AA-12 was barking in full auto, sending illegal 12-gauge frag rounds into the torsos of the two thugs and his wife's guitar set hanging on the wall. "I'll buy her some new ones later. If I survive this." The surfer thug on the stairs fell on his ass in surprise, sliding down the steps in a heap as he unsuccessfully scrambled to take cover. Murphy began running sideways toward the remains of his front door as the weapon chugged through the massive drum magazine, and the something that was downstairs began to move. I really hope the stairs leading up are in as bad a shape as the home inspector said they were, Murphy thought desperately. Eli woke with a start. For a moment, he forgot where he was and reached for a coat pocket that wasn't there. Something had made his instincts jump to attention. He reached out with his magical senses. He didn't feel anything too out of the ordinary. Then the door sounded with a series of knocks again. "Mr. and Mrs. Masrati?" a woman's voice asked. It had the faint lisp of someone with orc tusks. "There's a call for you downstairs." "Yeah," he replied, swinging his feet off the couch. Had forgotten that Masrati was the name he'd given the tavern workers. "I'll be down in a minute." He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as the woman walked away. His back was hurting again, a mix of the car crash and the medicine wearing off. He looked at his watch, 00:53. It had only been about 4 hours. He looked over at the bed where Miss Smith was curled into a startlingly tight ball. If it hadn't been for her size, he could have been convinced she was an actual cat. He stood up, stretched, and grabbed his coat. He pulled out a small length of string and 2 blank tags. With a quick bit of fire from his fingertip, he cut the string, focused his energy to create a paired enchantment, and tied one to the door handle and one to his wrist. He wrote a simple note on the nightstand, "Making call. Be back in a second." He walked downstairs and picked up the phone. "Minnie," he said after hearing the dragon-like growl of an agitated greeting. "Didn't expect to hear from you again after such a short time." He listened for a bit. "I assume you know that I've been suspended and grounded?" He nodded as he listened more. "For now, my priority is ensuring that my pet cat is properly taken care of. She's an innocent little thing. She doesn't deserve to get neglected or put down for my screw-ups." He listened again. "I will 100% admit that what you said was accurate," he said with a light chuckle. "Look, I'm off the line on my end, but this shit clearly ain't getting any cleaner without some deep scrubbing. Let me drop her off with you, and I'll hop, skip, and jump over to your uncle's house to see if I can get more answers from your cousin." She asked him a few questions. "Meet her first," he said. "I think you'll understand what I'm trying to protect." Then Minara Choi informed him of something that made his heart seize up. It was news he could do nothing about. "Well," he said after a long silence, "he's a Marine. If anyone can pull their ass out of that kind of shitfest, it's him." He listened as she gave him a time and place. "Got it. I'll grab a shower and a bite real quick, and we'll be there. And Minnie, thanks. This time I'll be the one to owe you a favor." He hung up and went to the bar to see what food they could slop together at 1 in the morning. It was going to be another long day. Needle's eye. 2-1. In all his life, Murphy had only ever fired one of the 12-gauge frag rounds before, even for someone with an enhanced access license, the kind earned by being a combat veteran and a law enforcement officer. The rounds were illegal. Hell, a fully automatic shotgun was only barely legal, and even then mostly because the thing was an antique. Plus, they were damned expensive. But he wasn't a fool. He'd needed to know just what kind of damage the things could do in case he ever ended up needing to use them, like he was now. So, about 3 months after he'd managed to source the ammo, he'd snuck the weapon out to an old quarry in one of the few blind spots he knew of, and tested it on a watermelon inside an old, out-of-commission Kevlar vest. He had quickly found out that even if the vest had been brand new and of a current generation, it wouldn't have made a difference. The watermelon had been vaporized by the single shot, and most of the vest had gone with it, leaving little more than tattered bits of cloth and armor strewn among the pulped fruit. He'd treated the 2 drums of the devastating ammo with incredible reverence since then, and now, as he strafed toward his front door, leaping nimbly over the one that had fallen down his stairs, the sight of the 2 gangsters in his living room did not remind Murphy of the watermelon, not at all. The watermelon had been awe-inspiring and a little scary, but it had also been kind of comedic, as he'd been way too close to it and ended up picking bits of rind and seeds off his clothes. When the first frag round hit the thug on the right, it impacted the left chest of his Kevlar vest. It looked like an old police issue one from a few decades before. And just like with the watermelon years earlier, it made no difference to the explosive round. In his adrenaline-induced battle focus, Murphy watched as shock turned to confused fear and pain when a large portion of the thug's shoulder exploded. The kick of the weapon, not as bad as a fully automatic shotgun would make someone expect, caused the barrel to rise. The next round impacted the right side of the thug's neck. Less than a second later, their head was flying away from their body. The third round impacted one of Maria's guitars, an ancient Les Paul that Murphy had bought her for their 10th anniversary. He regretted the destruction of the expensive, sentimentally valuable instrument. The fourth round grazed the second thug's cheek with one of its stabilizer fins before blasting an old Muddy Waters album that was framed near the guitar display. Not as valuable as the guitar, but still an expensive bit of musical history. It also blasted plaster and lumber into the hallway. The fifth round was lower. Murphy had managed to bring the weapon back under control. It impacted the second and larger thug in the stomach and sent them flying as the round detonated on their vest. He didn't know how much it had hurt them. He only knew that they flew back like something out of a movie. He had a split second where his mind reminded him that normal bullets didn't have that effect on people. Then he remembered that these weren't normal bullets. The sixth round was extra, the two primary targets already being dealt with. But the automatic weapon wasn't fully in control, even in Murphy's hands. It slammed into the center of Maria's stomp pedal display, sending bits of circuitry and metal all over the place, along with more wall material. Then Murphy's shoulder impacted the already mostly destroyed front door, and he scrambled to move around it before it could close fully. As he spun, he put a 3-round burst into Stairboy. He didn't let the surfer-voiced thug's pleading face or raised hands stop him. These guys had broken into his house in the dead of night with a mechanical monstrosity in tow. They hadn't come here to show him any mercy, so why would he? The 3 rounds caused enough damage to actually push the surfer into the damaged stairs like a hammer. Then he heard what he'd hoped to hear. Down below, his basement stairs splintered and cracked as something crashed through them. He got out the front door just as something slammed into the floor of the living room, and just as bullets began to crash into the back of the house, tearing into his already destroyed kitchen and his wife's office. But Murphy was more interested in the headlights and weapon lights stationed outside his house's walled-in yard. Luckily, it looked as though they'd expected the massive robot thing and its small, now dead squad of intruders to do the actual deed while they simply surrounded the house. He double-tapped the side of his gas mask, which he still had on, and activated its night vision. Something exploded deep inside the house, and Murphy only spared a glance back as he continued jogging. Through the still swinging remains of the front door, he caught a glimpse of a massive armored form climbing up through a new hole in the living room floor. Then he sprinted over his demolished front gate and out the door in the exterior wall. He didn't give the confused thugs there even a second to take in what was happening, as the robot yelled something behind him in its robotic speaker voice. He opened fire again, thankful that most of them were taking cover behind the various SUVs they'd used to get here. It may not have been quite as big as a mounted automatic grenade launcher, but the AA-12's frag rounds still loved to be fired at vehicles. He smiled, a smile that his face hadn't shown since his first time firing one of those grenade launchers back in his days in the Corps. It was a maniacal smile, induced by fear, anger, and adrenaline. It widened as the fuel cell of the first SUV he shot up began to go up in flames almost immediately. This sent the invaders scurrying as they realized that, despite outnumbering him, they were outgunned. And Murphy didn't stop running. "This feels like I'm wearing blackface or something," Marina said as she walked next to Eli through the early morning bustle of the bazaar. "It looks fine," Eli said, ignoring the complaint. And it was true. To anyone other than another member of the folk, she looked as natural as anything. He felt the opposite of uncomfortable. In fact, he felt like a kid again. For the first time in years, he wasn't hiding his ears, and with the exception of his coat, which was tucked into a simple pack over his shoulder, he was wearing standard elvish clothes. A pair of loose-wrapped pants and a similarly loose-robed shirt made him feel like he was visiting his ancestors in Estland again. Unlike some other species, elves didn't really care about heritage, so his human blood and dark skin had never been an issue. They cared more for stories and achievements, and as one of the first non-human law enforcement officers, he had both to spare. Marina, on the other hand, was practically hiding inside the hooded cloak she pilfered from the Tooth and Claws lost and found before they'd left. "They're all staring at me," she said. Eli looked at her with a cocked eyebrow as he slipped a few coppers to a walking vendor, simultaneously swiping a few of the pastries the Akian had on a massive wicker tray. The fish-like man nodded as Eli waved. "Who?" he asked as he passed one to her. She sniffed it hesitantly before scarfing it down in one bite. "The folk," she said under her breath. Eli looked around and saw more than a few of them look at her curiously. "Well, they are now," he said. "Senses, remember. They heard that. And now they are looking at you because you're acting like a new convert and a Z3. He was referring, of course, to the handful of people, all human, who were scattered throughout the bazaar. They were wearing clothes that had clearly been manufactured and not handmade with whatever the inner zone could get a hold of. They were all too clean. They didn't know the prices of things and acted confused at the preference for coin over American dollars. Earlier, he'd even overheard one ask if an old orc selling armor had a subdermal chip reader. Like anyone outside of the banks had those in Zone 1. Plus, the Z3s liked to take selfies. In other words, they were tourists. Tourists coming to see the strange and exotic wares and people, even if most of them might not vote to consider them as actual people of the inner zones. And as if they were helping him demonstrate his point, a scuffle broke out nearby, the other habit Z3s tended to have. For the last time, a massive runesman, his skin shimmering with moving bloodline markings, yelled at a cowering middle-aged woman. "These are raw, because they're made, specifically, for Carnebius members of the folk. I don't give a shit about your health inspectors." The woman looked as if she was going to continue arguing, but a similarly aged man, presumably her husband, grabbed her arm and guided her away. Despite the disturbance, most people in the bazaar simply glanced over, then continued about their mornings. "You're acting like that lady now." "Scared and acting out of place," Eli said, pulling Marina's hood down with a flick of his wrist. "Just relax. As far as anyone here is concerned, you're just a girl going through a makeup phase. Whereas have them too, you know. Or maybe you're trying to impress some other for courting purposes." Her eyes went wide at the last bit as she tried not to grab at the hood. They continued walking as Marina tried to act relaxed, which turned out to be more difficult than she expected. Eli picked up on it. "Weren't you a smuggler?" he asked under his breath as he exchanged for a cup of iced mint tea. "You brought how many relics and other contraband through the damn zone gates? How'd you stay calm then?" "That was easy," she said in exasperation as they passed the runesman from earlier. Sure enough, the pastries he had smelled divine to her. "I wasn't fooling folk then. I just had to act cool around bored human guards." Eli nodded. "That was fair. Got some with squirmers, Lady Cat," the runesman said with a grin as he noticed her eyeing his goods. He tapped one, and something inside moved under the pastry dough. "Real popular with the felines." Eli cringed. He knew what was likely inside, but even his familiarity with the other world didn't make him comfortable with it. But he saw the way Marina's eyes widened. Instincts were hard to resist, especially during times of stress and hunger. He slipped the vendor a silver and watched as she accepted the treat greedily. A moment later, the newly reawoken rodent inside the pastry was squeaking as she bit into the morsel. It tried to zoom out of the newly opened exit and down her arm, but she snatched it out of the air and quickly jammed it back into the dough, before shoving it into her mouth. "Heh, yeah, got a runner. Nice," the passing werewolf said with a chuckle. "Bors's treats are always the freshest." Eli tried to hide his discomfort as he began walking again. "See," he said, "that guy was more interested in your breakfast." He shuddered. "Snack, tea, than he was about your pattern." Marina paused as she dug at her teeth for a moment. Eli stopped and watched. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," she said around her hand. "Suthigs, in." She pulled her hand out. She had something on her claw. Something in there. Eli moved over to her and took the piece of paper. He ignored how soggy it was from saliva and other juices. He read the note quickly. "Get some more fresh from the store. M." He handed it back as he saw the runesman vendor nod at him subtly before turning back to shout his wares. Eli was concerned that he didn't also see the random wolf that had passed by. "Eat that," he said. "What?" she asked as he took her wrist and began leading her away. "Eat it," he repeated. "Come on, we're going to head to Bors's for some more pastries." and suddenly he realized that maybe Marina had been right, because clearly people had been watching them. He didn't like that. Behind him, Marina awkwardly tried to eat the note. Needle's Eye, 22, 2, Gate-verse. This just after the surprisingly deadly gang attack in the suburbs outside of Jakesville in Zone 2 the other day. Witnesses on the scene outside the quarantine zone's primary gate checkpoint say they saw a blur of light, likely magical in nature, followed by a series of increasingly violent spell effects and responding gunfire from the quarantine zone security forces. Estimates put the casualties amazingly, with 0 fatalities, at roughly 60 officers. Damages are estimate. Mute, Manara Choi exclaimed loudly, causing the nearby television to silence itself as she turned in her chair to face the 2 troublemakers in front of her desk. Eli didn't react to the display. He already knew that she didn't really want them here, and the judgmental look on her face as she turned was mostly just for show. But Marina wasn't as experienced as he was. Even as a criminal herself, he doubted she'd ever met anyone high up enough in her field to even be within 5 degrees of separation of the dragon. She was nervous. The idea of you owing me a favor is honestly the only reason I've allowed this meeting, Eli, she said flatly. But holy hell, why should I stick my neck out for the 2 most valuable people in the entire QZ? Do you even know what kind of trouble your partner is in? Speaking of, Eli began, any news on him? Manara took a deep breath. He was pressing his luck, but she couldn't blame him. Last we heard, he was running through the woods like a wild man with some kind of cannon, she admitted. But that's based on old info. No idea where he is now. She considered how much she should tell him, then decided to just go for it. They think there was a muck marcher chasing him. Eli's eyes widened at that. There weren't many of those cyborgs left nowadays, and he couldn't imagine Barcady leaving her post, especially after the news he'd literally just seen on the TV. If RTI had muck marchers on their side, well, that was a whole different level of bad. Shit, he said. Do you like looking like that? She asked Marina unexpectedly. You what? Marina asked in surprise. The Night Sister thing, Manara specified. Do you actually like that, or what? She stammered. I mean, it's pretty. The Nightkin are cool and all. Manara replied, unimpressed. Lady Choi, I don't ask much, Eli interjected, trying to get the meeting back on track. I simply need somewhere to keep Ms. W.L. Smith until this whole thing blows over. All legality aside, you and your organization are powerful enough and large enough that I doubt even RTI would be willing to try anything if she were in your care. She turned to him as if looking at something she'd just stepped in. As opposed to the entirety of the local PD and QZ sec, she asked rhetorically. And whatever other government agencies are involved at this point. Eli shrugged awkwardly. It was a fair point. They have some kind of muck marcher variant at their disposal, she said agitatedly as she sipped from a mug of coffee on her desk. That's news, Eli admitted. Bad news. He didn't mention how afraid that news made him for his longtime partner. So tell me why I should risk going against all of that, she said, setting the mug back down. RTI, these thugs, this mystery muck marcher, whatever moles they have in PD and QZ, and who knows what else. She nodded at Marina. Tell me why I should take in this young wannabe Night Sister and protect her from all of that. Because you knew what it was, Eli said. Both Marina and Manara looked at him in confusion. Eli just shrugged. You knew it was a deity-level artifact, he explained. Maybe not exactly what it was, but you knew enough. And don't try to tell me that a few of your people weren't involved in the smuggling part of it to some level. Marina's eyebrow rose as she looked at the still intimidating queen of the underground. Manara, to her credit, just stared at Eli as she took another deep breath. You and yours got her into this, Eli said, pressing his luck. Maybe not intentionally or directly, but you knew what she had. And now you know what it's caused. Your cousin, the Archmage, is the reason the gate is going to be down for a while, because He knew what it was when he saw it. He tilted his head as he remembered the explosive meeting at the precinct. Damn near blew everyone up getting out of there. You knew what I was carrying? Marina asked, speaking for the first time in minutes. Manara looked at her, and for the first time since they were escorted into the underground hideout through what Eli now knew was a mage's door, her look softened. Instead of angry judgment, it now looked like pity. I did, the elder Choi sibling admitted. Again, like Eli said, I didn't know exactly what it was, but I knew that it was big. And the movers who took the commission got a big cut for it. She left out the part where that meant that she got a big cut for it. Why'd you pick me? Marina asked as she realized what all that meant. Manara shrugged. She may have pitied the young cat, but at the end of the day, she still ran a criminal enterprise. Sometimes that meant bad things happening to innocent people. Tari, didn't, she admitted. Personally, I don't handle the smuggling at that level. I have people for that. Marina was about to say something. She was suddenly angry enough to not care about the older woman's station, but Eli held a hand up and shook his head. She was still angry, but she trusted the detective. She's lost everything, Manara, he said, using her first name for a change. And whether you were directly responsible or not, you had a hand in it. You're one of the few people on this side of the gate who can do anything to make up for it. Then, in Petravian, he added, your family knows more than most what it's like to lose a father. Her jaw clenched as she glared at him. The history of the Choi family was a sore subject. Even unrelated members of governments on both sides disliked being reminded of the follies that had revolved around the controversial summoned hero nearly a century before, or the resultant chaos caused by his and his brother's offspring, the least of which was the matriarch of the criminal organization he was currently entreating with. Pretty low blow for someone who hides their heritage just to get by with Earth humans, she replied icily, and who abandoned his family's trade in favor of serving Earth laws. Eli switched over to his family's native tongue. The path through the forest exists only because it has been trodden. But that does not mean you must walk on it, he said in Old World Elvish, a language that predated even Petravia. Marina knew some Petravian enough to order lunch or ask for directions, but not enough to know why the air had suddenly chilled. And she definitely didn't know any Elvish, nor did either of them miss the way some of the workers buzzing around the room had halted at the exchange, watching Eli more actively now as the silence stretched on. It's the least you could do, Eli said finally. Give her a couch to crash on and a few hard bodies to keep her safe. Only for a few days. A week or two tops. Then, when this is all wrapped up and we've got some people in cuffs, you can send her on her way, and I'll owe you a big favor. Minara simply stared at him in annoyance for several long seconds. Was that stupid parable of the paths or whatever? She asked in a mocking tone. I swear, every judgmental elf I meet recites that shit at some point. Eli looked over at Marina, who was looking at him with confusion. It's a good saying, he said with a shrug. It's goddamn fortune cookie bullshit, Minara Choi spat back. But fine, whatever. She pointed at Marina. You got spare clothes? Of course you don't, she said before Marina could even answer. Then she looked back at Eli. Any other easy favors I can do for you, suspended detective? Eli winced, because somehow she'd known he was going to ask for more. Any way your people could get me through one of the gates and into Petrovus? He asked with a pleading look. Minara Choi looked at him with silent amazement at the sheer balls on the half-elf. You're kidding, right? She waved. And a couple of the people moving about came over and began ushering Marina toward a large wall of black scales on the other side of the Atia room. I need to follow the artifact, Eli replied. I need answers so I can figure out why RegTech wants it so bad. And it's over there with your cousin and uncle. Ancestor, Minara shouted over her shoulder. A pair of dark voids opened in the wall, causing Marina to halt mid-step. Check her, and as she passes, get that garbage makeup off of her and put her in some clothes that actually fit, she instructed her workers. And yes, Eli said before she could interrupt, I know the odds of them letting me anywhere near it are almost zero, but I still gotta try. And if you won't get me over there, then my only other option is to break quarantine. And my orders? Find my way into Zone 1 and see if I can track Murphy down. He took a deep breath and hoped like hell he hasn't been killed or abducted by a muck marcher that apparently works for RTI. She stared at him, her lips pressed into a line as she chewed on the insanity of the notion. Slowly, she began to nod, biting her lower lip and cursing under her breath. Eli watched as she stood up and began to grow in size. The red robe she'd been wearing tore as she shifted into her massive dragon form. "Goddamn Gen 1 bullshit," she said in a rumbling basso as she began stomping away. Behind her, Marina managed to look away from the already terrifying Drake that had been sniffing her, her eyes bulging as she saw an actual dragon. Neither of these creatures was even supposed to exist on Earth. The fear was enough that she jumped when the massive black drake licked the side of her face. "Somebody see if they can get this idiot to the SoCal gate," Manara Choi yelled from the room she'd stomped into. Eli was being swept into another room entirely before he even realized what was happening. "Thank you," he shouted over his shoulder. "Ms. Smith, do as you're told. She's nicer than she pretends to be." Marina was still staring, albeit with only one eye, at the massive black drake as it continued to lick her face from chin to forehead. "I really should have never started smuggling again," she thought. "What the fuck is happening?" Needle's Eye 23, Gate Averse. Murphy's heart pounded in his ears as he ran. He'd gotten about 5 miles from the house, which was about 4.5 miles farther than he would have said he could run while carrying a weapon, wearing handmade moccasins. And being as old and out of shape as he was, he could see flashing red and blues in the distance, most likely on the nearby dirt road. His house's security system had sent a warning to the local police, most likely the sheriff's department, based on where he and Maria lived. And while it had taken them time to get there, he could tell from the lights in the helicopter above that they'd done what they could to surround the woods. But they weren't in the woods. At least, not as far as he could tell. Of course, he wasn't close enough to the source of the strobing lights to be certain. Even if they were in the woods looking for him, they weren't as close as the thing chasing him. He didn't know how it hadn't caught him yet. He'd literally seen a muck marcher clear an entire freeway in a single leap the day before, had seen her move so fast her limbs seemed to blur as she violently dispatched armed thugs as if they were made of tissue. But this thing seemed to lumber. Its movements were robotic, even by cyborg standards, and its multi-lensed helmet panned back and forth in an almost metronomic tempo. He'd seen it only once, as he'd paused to take a breather. It had been jogging straight at him, with a handful of the more fit thugs running beside it. The sight had been like something out of an old kaiju movie, this massive, lumbering giant pounding through the woods in a slow, yet monstrously long gait. The thugs had opened fire on him then, and he'd been happy to see that the machine didn't seem to have a gun. A salvo from the AA-12, just a short burst really, had made them dive for cover as he tore one of them to shreds. He'd also been happy to see the mechanical monster take cover as well. He still hadn't tested the weapon against the thing. But if its systems told it that the AA-12 was enough of a threat to warrant cover, that was a good sign in his book. He unleashed another burst before breaking into a run again. The motion of sprinting while overweight and carrying a massive weapon across his chest brought to mind more than a few PTSD-induced memories of his time in the Corps. The main difference was that back then, the extra weight had come from a bulletproof vest and not a beer gut. Something whizzed past his head. It wasn't the familiar zing or whip crack of a bullet, but it was still enough to send him diving to the side to take cover behind the knocked-over stump of a dead tree. Something crashed into a different tree past him like a cannonball, sending bark, moss, and wood pulp exploding outward. The hell was that? He wondered. He rolled to the side and braced the shotgun over the roots of the stump as he scanned. He saw more of the thugs, albeit only a few now. And he saw the thing, the not quite a muck marcher thing. Its arm was spinning, and as a long-time baseball fan, Murphy recognized exactly what it was doing. No gun, but it has a cannon, he said to himself as he saw it release whatever it had been holding. He dove to the side just in time for a large rock to punch a hole clean through the portion of stump he'd been hiding behind. "Oh, fucking great," he said as he regained his aim. Its arm was spinning again, and he could see the thugs fanning out around him. He aimed the automatic shotgun at the thing's spinning shoulder. "Let's see if this thing is as big a threat as you thought it was," he thought, as he unleashed a salvo of frag rounds. The monster's systems told it what was about to happen. It could have responded. Murphy knew it could react fast enough, but instead of taking cover, it stayed planted. Its arm whipped forward one last time. The large, rounded stone flew past the frag rounds, only marginally slower than they were. One round clipped the stone, detonating early, but the stone only deflected a fraction of a degree. As Murphy saw the first flash of impact on the monstrosity's shoulder, he realized he'd misread the thing's actions. He tried to move, but it was too late. Something impacted Murphy's left shoulder, and pain exploded in his mind. He didn't have time to think. He used the spin from the impact to get low and scrambled back into a run, ignoring the sudden numbness in his left side as he sprinted toward the red and blue lights. Many yards behind him, the monster reeled as it looked down at its own severed arm. The technician many miles away, watching its feed, marveled at the damage. He'd known the detective's weapon was capable of such destruction, but it was still impressive to see. The man had been staring down certain death, yet instead of running, he'd faced DAM-003 and fought back. The technician saw 003's query. Retrieve limb? The tech hit the affirmative and watched as 003 retrieved its arm. He input the command to initiate reattachment. He watched as the tissue in the severed end reached out with tiny tendrils, pressing them to similarly reaching tendrils in the shoulder. The process was gross, practically alien, but it was the next step in combat efficiency. The tech knew that someday RTI intended to figure out how to make human bodies capable of that. A few minutes later, the tech instructed 003 to recommence pursuit. The unit moved to inspect the detective's location and witnessed the similarly severed limb there. The detective's arm had been severed halfway between his elbow and wrist, gathering genetic material and continuing persity. The tech watched as 003 opened a panel in its leg, picked up the severed hand, and pressed it into the opening. He grimaced as the tendrils reached out to envelop the limb, pulling it into itself. "Hey, Jeff!" the tech called out to a colleague. Jeff turned to look at him, boredom plain on his face. "Sup? You ever seen these things gather genetic material? Get damaged?" Jeff asked. The tech nodded. "Yours is the one chasing down that cop, right? It uses it for autonomic repair material for the damage. Plus, it gives enhanced tracking metrics, especially if it's from the target." "Got it," the tech said. "Pretty gross." On the screen, DAM-S03 began to jog again, following the detective's blood and scent trail. "Our names are an anagram," the intimidating, horned Minara Choi said, as she continued looking at the paperwork on her desk. "What?" Marina asked, surprised at the sudden outburst. Minara, whom Marina thought of as Ms. Choi because she was scared of the woman, looked up curiously. "Our names. They're an anagram. You know what that is, right?" "Like the same letters but scrambled?" Marina asked. "Yeah, I guess they are." She'd been sitting on the comfortable couch for nearly 2 hours. The crime boss hadn't given her any instructions, but she hadn't kicked her out either. Marina had taken to watching the room bustle, keeping an eye on the massive black variant Drake shed mistaken for a wall the night before. Choi asked her another question without looking up. "So, you're a smuggler?" Not anymore, I don't think," Marina replied. "Or at least, I don't think I want to be. How'd you get your merchandise past the checkpoints? Figueroa's bottomless enchantments, right?" Yeah," Marina admitted. "He was a very talented young man," Miss Choi said with a nod. "If he'd been smart, he'd have signed on with some magical RD company. No ambition, though." "He was a good person," Marina said, annoyed to hear her friend slandered. "He liked music, and he just wanted to make new enchantments." Yes, you do have a tendency to attach yourself to enchanters, it seems." Miss Choi looked at her curiously. "Haven't you noticed the enchantments all over Detective Simmons's coat? He is a world-class enchanter, probably even better than his grandfather." "We didn't really talk about it," Marina replied. "We were kind of busy trying not to get killed." Ms. Choi nodded. "How about you? Wers tend to have a bit more magic than most people. Got any talent?" Marina shrugged. "I've never really tried much," she admitted. Tai, I can do this," she focused. Right before the crime boss's eyes, Marina Smith's magical presence erased itself entirely. She held the focus for several minutes as others in the room turned to look in wonder. "That's actually kind of impressive," Miss Choi said as Marina released the magic. "I've known some people who can do that, but most of them are assassins. How'd you learn to do that?" "Figured it would be useful as a smuggler," Marina admitted. "Plus, I used to try to sneak up on Fig. Let me guess, he always caught you." Marina nodded, said I leave a blank spot. Ms. Choi waved over one of her workers. "Please retrieve Mr. Tien. Tell him double rate if he resists." She then turned back to Marina. "Would you like to learn how to use that power fully?" Needle's Eye. GAT verse 24. Murphy gasped as he saw his salvation in front of him. He hadn't heard the thundering, semi-mechanical pursuit of his hunter for a while now, nor had he had to dodge any more projectiles since the one that had taken his arm. His arm. He had taken a few moments, and that was all they'd been really, to tie his robe as tight around the missing limb as he could. It had hurt more than anything he'd ever felt before, and he'd done everything in his power to ignore the way his robe had gotten hung up on the jagged ends of his bones. He was on the verge of passing out, and no longer from simple exhaustion and old age. He didn't have a lot of time to escape before it would be too late. So, he was thankful as he finally saw the lights of the squad car in front of him as he came over a crest and rounded a large oak. "Stop," the officer standing next to it commanded. "Halt where you are." Murphy couldn't stop, not if he wanted to actually make it. "Can't," he groaned through his pained breathing. "No time." He did, however, drop the AA-2. He didn't want to, but he needed the officer to know he wasn't a threat. And it wasn't like he could use it anymore. "I said stop where you." They tried to repeat themselves. Then, the auto-tracking spotlight on top of the car locked onto Murphy's staggering form. "Jesus Christ," they said instead. "What the hell?" Their partner chimed in from the other side, where they had been braced with a shotgun. "Detective Murphy?" the first officer asked. Murphy continued staggering toward them, but he was slowing down, and his vision was black around the edges. "Shit," the first officer said as they holstered their pistol and rushed to catch him. "Buck, radio this in." The other officer, Buck, tapped his earpiece and began relaying information as the first officer caught Murphy as he began to fall forward. "Dispatch, this is 5 Oscar 7, Buck said into his mouthpiece. "We need EMT urgent. We've got a man down, severe bleeding." Murphy winced as the first officer grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to steady him. "Jesus, detective, what the hell happened?" they asked. And as he looked at them, Murphy recognized the young patrol sergeant. "Oh God, your arm! What happened to your arm?" Murphy gripped his forearm weakly with his one hand. "Some kinda monster," he said too. Was his name O'Connor? O'Connell? Something O-based and Irish? He knew that much. He pointed the way he'd come, then laughed as he realized that he hadn't actually pointed. Like a muck marcher on magical meth or something. Officer, or whatever his name, was looked at him with concern. He was delirious with exhaustion, stress, and, most of all, blood loss. "Sarge, EMT's on the way," Buck said. "They want to know what's happening." "Tell him to check my cam," the sergeant said. Murphy used his one remaining hand to actually point at his discarded shotgun. "Big guns," he said, his eyes beginning to flutter while he resisted passing out as long as he could. "You need big W guns. Sarge, they need to know what to detect." Something made a racket in the woods nearby, and Sergeant O'Toole looked to see what was approaching. He saw something that made no sense, something massive and oddly formed. There was a whistling noise, and Buck was suddenly silent. Then there was a loud thump on the hood of the patrol car. He looked back and saw Buck's headless body, hand still poised near where his ear had been, sliding off the hood and leaving a trail of blood behind. Somewhere in the distance, the sirens of the approaching ambulance were wailing. "Run," Murphy said silently. O'Toole grabbed the severely wounded detective by his waist and rolled to the side just in time for something to strike the concrete where he'd been lying. It skipped and slammed into the driver's side door of his car with an impact like a cannon. Murphy groaned as O'Toole struggled to get him to cover, even though his instincts screamed at him to leave the unconscious man behind. But now he heard other voices. Gunfire began to rain down from the woods beside the monster that Murphy had been trying to warn him of. "Dispatch," he yelled into his mouthpiece as he leaned Murphy against the tire on the side of his car opposite the woods. "Gunships now! Officer down! Minnie!" "Why am I here?" an older man in a sweatsuit asked as he stepped through the door and into the crime lord's lair. "I'm retired. Double rate or not." Marina held her breath as she heard the annoyance in the older man's voice as he spoke so casually with the female dragon who'd been nodding along to an underling's briefing. She didn't miss the way Manara Choi's massive reptilian jaw tensed at the disrespectful nickname. "Oh, Adrian," she said in her booming voice as she turned to look at him. "It's been so long." Adrian Tieran spun his hand around in a hurry-up gesture as he looked around lazily. "No need to shift back," he said. "What's this about? Where's Gomez?" He's your spook nowadays. Why ain't you calling him for this? He placed his hands in the front pocket of his jacket, whatever it is. Then he spotted Marina, and his gaze lingered on her as his eyes narrowed. Nope, he said as he turned back toward the doorway. Adrian, Minara said in a significantly tenser tone. He paused mid-turn and took a deep breath. Marina could see him chewing on his lip as he began shaking his head. Slowly, he began turning around. I'm not getting involved, Minnie, he said equally sternly. I ain't touching this with a 20-foot pole. I told you I'm retired. I got grandkids I want to see grow up someday. I'm not asking you to ferry, you old coyote, Minara Choi replied with an oddly human expression of annoyance. And quit calling me Minnie. I'm not a child anymore. That actually caught the old man off guard. His eyebrows knit together as he looked back at Marina for a moment. You're not? He asked, confused. Then, why did you call me here and offer double? Minara Choi looked at Marina, who was very uncomfortable. Show him, she commanded. Tiren looked at her with a cocked eyebrow. Show me? He asked. Marina was tempted to give in to her shy discomfort, but the massive dragon was staring at her with growing impatience. So, she focused on her magic. A few moments later, Tiren's eyes went wide as he sensed her magical presence erase itself. He began walking in a circle around her, and as he got behind her, she spun to look at him as his own magical presence disappeared, but when she turned, he was gone. Wah! She began to ask before there was a tap on her shoulder. She spun to find him, but he was gone again. What the hell? She asked. Instinctively, she began sniffing the air as she kept looking for him, but his scent was coming from all around her, despite him only having been in the room for a few minutes. Think fast, kid, she heard from her left. She turned to catch whatever had been tossed, then got hit in the back of the head by a permanent marker. Hey, she said as she turned to look, and actually found him. He was turned away from her, looking at the far wall. That hit you? He asked. That sounded like it hit you. But I'm old and rusty. Yeah, it hit me, she said in annoyance. Did you throw that over your shoulder? He nodded as he turned around to face her. Sure did, he said, looking impressed. You self-taught? She looked at him in confusion as she stood up with the marker in hand. She tossed it back to him when he held his hand up to catch it. Yeah, how'd I? You leave a void, he said, cutting her off. Easy to do if you don't know better. A person can't sense their own magic after all. Kinda like seeing your own nose. She's good, Minara Choi chimed in. Tiren wobbled side to side. She's aight, he said with a look of displeasure at the lounging dragon. Younger than most who figured that trick out. I am? Marina asked, surprised. Tiren made to reply, but Minara beat him to it. He didn't figure out magical shrouding until he was in his 30s, she said with a smug look. And you still don't know how to do it, Tiren countered. And you're in your 50s. Dragons don't hide themselves, she replied. Tiren's mouth pursed. Are you a real dragon? He asked rebelliously. Want a reminder? She asked as the room grew hotter. He turned to her, and Marina's eyes went wide as she felt him fade away again, despite staying where he stood. Using magic to mimic, he said, sounding out the words slowly and deliberately. A dragon isn't the same thing as actually being one. Shard Bones would say otherwise, she said, as Marina saw a flicker of fire behind her massive, dagger-like teeth. Suddenly, there was an exasperated sigh from behind Marina, and she turned to find Tiren lounging on a chair behind her. She did a double take at the man standing where he had just been. He waved at her before fading to nothingness. Behind the disappearing Tiren, Minara's dragon mouth was quirked up into a massive smirk. Fine, I'll teach her some basics, he said, rolling his eyes. But quadruple the rate. And I'm only doing it for a week. She can learn the rest from Gomez. He stood up and dusted his pants off. How did you? Marina asked as he gave her shoulder a squeeze. Triple the rate, Minara countered. Quad, Tiren said flatly, nodding at Marina's muscles. I'll use it to get Benny a nicer present for his birthday next month. Using your grandchildren to negotiate is a low blow, the dragon replied, though she was still grinning. It works, Tiren said, as he once again began walking toward the door. We can start in 2 days. He pointed a finger at Marina. We're Kitty with stealth magic. He thought about it and nodded slowly. That's going to be fun. Then he was opening the door and stepping through it into what looked like renewed York, maybe. Well, that settles that, Minara Choi said with a hint of smug amusement. Go get some rest. Adrian's a damn backbreaker with his students. You're going to need your energy. Marina followed a worker who'd appeared at her side as soon as the dragon had begun talking, heading to the room she'd been shown earlier. Eli looked at the thug with a flat expression as he saw his vehicle of choice. "A box?" he asked. "Really?" The thug held out a 1-liter bottle of Gatorade and a brown bag that smelled like a burger and fries. "Relax," he said with a grin. "It's only till we get to Zone 1. Then you'll be riding in style." "And how long will that be?" Eli asked as he, with visible agitation, began climbing into the wooden crate. "Probably 4 or 5 hours," the thug said with a shrug. "That's why I gave you the bottle." "Assholes," Eli replied as he got down and curled up to fit into the small, heavily enchanted crate. "You want to fly first class? Give the boss more than 5 minutes heads up next time," the thug replied, then began sliding the lid shut and nailing it in place. 100 years of magic and they're still smuggling people like goddamn Looney Tunes characters, he grumbled as he inspected the soggy burger and limp fries. Then he began inspecting the box. "At least the magic's decent," he said, checking out the enchantments in the wood. "Still, could be better." He began summoning magic to add his own touches to the box's enchantments.